by Mike Vrabel. Per Boston Sports Journal's Mike Giardi, that means Diggs will receive his $12 million signing bonus. In league news, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson chose not to report with the rest of the team's veterans earlier today as he seeks a long-term contract. Eight-time Pro Bowl quarterback Philip Rivers announced he is retiring from the NFL as a member of the Chargers, and the Packers and right tackle Zach Tom agreed to a 4-year, $88 million contract extension. And from earlier this afternoon, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee Ozzy Osbourne has passed away. He was 76 years old. It is never too early to start planning for your new deck and rail system from TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium advanced PVC and composite decking that captures the beauty of real wood. Visit CCL in Abington today to see a huge selection of TimberTech products, or check us out online at cclco.com. I'm Dan Ball. This is Trending Now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up right after this.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
The march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
We all want the best of both. Dessert without calories, luxury without expense. And how about security without passwords? With Okta, it's possible. We secure identity so you can safely use any technology. Okta, the world's identity company.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare. At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
WEEI Afternoons with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
You just try to tinker a little bit with the schedule and try to, figure out when the walkthroughs are going to be, the morning meetings, what time do you want to make practice, providing enough time for them to lift and build a routine within that schedule, and then also trying to be efficient with the coaches' time. So that they can script it at night and be ready to go the next morning and still come in here with some energy and have some excitement for when the players come in here ready to teach them.
Little Aussie rejoin there to accompany Mike Vrabel. Earlier today, Pats Camp Training Eve, if you will, down at Gillette Stadium, talking about how he may tinker with or reconfigure the schedule. It may not necessarily look like it did last year, which would be fine by me, as well as years past for Pats fans in the Belichick era, trying to streamline things, potentially making it a bit more efficient for the players as well as the coaches, because once you hop on that moving sidewalk, once you get on that treadmill, ain't no getting off usually until January, Mego, and there's a lot of work to come for your Patriots who kick off training camp tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. at Gillette. I'd be curious, real quick, what of all the different position battles, all the different positional groupings, which one has your eye and your attention the most, and where will you be most curious to see things when they start tomorrow?
I'd say it's got to be between receivers and running backs. And I know I just said that the receiver group doesn't look mega talented compared to the rest of the league, but it's still interesting because they have so much. They've got quantity over quality. They've got so many guys that they have at least some kind of investment in, whether it's guaranteed money through free agency, whether it's having them as a super high draft pick in terms of Jalen Polk. Like, they have invested in just about every guy that I would say like 9 out of 12 receivers that are currently on the 91-man roster. Mm-hmm. So who's going to end up? Are they going to have 7 receivers? Are they going to have Chisholm be kind of a receiver, special teams, kickoff returner flex guy? I don't know. That intrigues me. Who's going to get cut there? But also everything going on with the running backs since they brought back in. They have Antonio Gibson here. Ramondre Stevenson got a big contract a couple years ago. And then, of course, Travion Henderson getting drafted so high. What's going to shake out in terms of the depth chart there? I think I tend a little bit towards offense over defense, even though the defense will probably be better on this team. Those two position groups, to me, are super exciting to watch in training camp.
Yeah, I think the running back room is going to be one of the stronger units on the team. I think it could easily be, outside of defensive line and cornerbacks, a top 3 unit on the team, because Ramondre Stevenson could and should be in a prove-it year, because if he doesn't deliver, he could find himself on the outs. Some people, I think Tom Curran told us last week when he joined us, and he joins us every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. here on WEEI Afternoons. I think Curran called him a surprise cut candidate if things don't go his way in camp. Now, that would be wild to see.
That's why it's a surprise, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hence why. Funny how that works. It'd be wild to see Gibson or even Travion Henderson take his job. But all the way back in the spring, Josh McDaniels said of any free agent, and especially the draft picks, this was going to be an open competition. And yes, I know we've heard that before, Pats fans, all the way back to last year. But forget everything you heard and saw last year. That was a bad dream. That was a fever. Let's not even think about that. Let's focus on the here and now. McDaniels said everything's an open competition. You know, anybody could steal anybody else's job. And if he's true to his word, then maybe, just maybe, that'll be it. But also, it could be a great room if Ramondre does deliver and Travion Henderson lives up to even some of the hype on his deal. And you have Gibson. Do guys like the fullback Lampke and possibly even Lan Larison, who was a receiving phenom in college and they gave a lot of money to as an undrafted free agent for a reason. Do these guys catch on? And to me, I've gone on ad nauseum about the on the offensive line. Can't talk about that anymore. Now it's just time to see if it actually sorts itself out, shakes out, and plays with reasonable competence. But I'm with you on the wide receiver room. Like, I have no idea. Like, who's going to be the number 2 on this team? If you had to, maybe it is a 6 or 7 man room that they ultimately keep to kick things off with some special teams value on a couple of those guys. Who would your best guess be for a number 2 receiver on this team?
I think
not Hunter Henry, because he's a tight end.
No, it's going to be Pop Douglas, but in an ideal world, in the second half of the season, you'd want it to be Kyle Williams. You want Kyle Williams, even though he's a little bit of a smaller guy when you see him out there, to at least be a receiver that you've drafted in this decade who can go out there and actually put up more than 700 receiving yards, 600 receiving yards, because you haven't had a lot of that. I think in reality, though, especially in Josh McDaniel's system, that Pop Douglas is going to continue to be the guy who gets a little bit more volume.
Okay, so you'd like to see Pop Douglas as the 2.
No, I'd like to see Kyle Williams emerge as that. I think it's just a lot to put on him in the first half of his rookie season.
Yeah, so you could see him hopefully emerging. I'm with you on that one as well. Pop Douglas as the number 2. I don't know, Andy Hart has gone so far as to say he'd like to see, or could even see, Pop Douglas with 85 to 100 receptions on the season. I mean, that's it would be great if that were the case, but doesn't that seem like a lot for somebody who's slight of frame like that?
I think what's the other thing that like people are not talking about as much with this receiver room is so many of these receivers look the same. Like, one of the reasons I think they brought Matt Collins in is because he's a big body, and unfortunately, the big body doesn't wear shoes, so he's got a foot injury that's got him on the PUP list right now. But there's a lot of these guys that are like slightly under 6'1", 6 foot, and can play inside
5'10".
the numbers, and all of them look a little bit similar to me. And I think that's one thing that doesn't get talked about enough with this receiver group is like, where's the 6'2", 6'3" guy? You know, you got tight ends, and that's about it in terms of your size or somebody who's going to battle. I'm not saying you need to go like all N'Keal Harry and have a big body like that. Of course, that's too much of an overcorrection. But somebody who looks a little different, hopefully Matt Collins will be healthy enough by the start of the season that you get somebody a little bit different that way.
Guy flies all the way to Australia to work out and comes back with a foot injury because he doesn't wear shoes. I know, like, he's a big dude, and everyone, like, people say like, oh, he'll thrive again in a McDaniel's offense, but if he's not there to start, there isn't really a big guy who's going to take his place. I don't think Javon Baker is going to take his place. And
no, I think he's probably not long for this roster.
How about Polk?
Polk is again, that goes back to where I started from, where they have such an investment in him. There's a thing about when you draft a guy that high in the second round and high in the second round, and the rest of the league saw him as a second rounder too. You know, like, this isn't like taking Cole Strange in the first round or taking Tyquan Thornton when you did. This is a guy who is very agreed upon as somebody who had a ton of potential. And
Right.
so I think that works in his favor in terms of looking at what a mess the team was last year from a coaching perspective and organizational perspective, and saying, let's just give him somewhat of a chance. If he's a disaster in training camp, he's gone. I just think that he had a pretty good training camp last year, and it'll be hard to imagine him being a total disaster. So I think he still probably has a chance at a solid chance at a spot on this team.
More on the Patriots receiver room and our expectations for them. Plus, we'll tell you which Patriots offensive rookie made NFL.com's top 10 offensive rookie of the year watch list. All that and more as Football O'Clock continues here on WEEI Afternoons with Fitzy and Mego.
WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
We all want the best of both. Dessert without calories, luxury without expense. And how about security without passwords? With Okta, it's possible. We secure identity so you can safely use any technology. Okta, the world's identity company.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Hart here, and I gotta share something I noticed last year on the golf course. Suddenly, I was hitting the ball longer. All my clubs traveling farther. I thought, wow, these new golf shoes are really something. Nope. It turns out I'd gained 10 degrees of hip rotation by dropping just 25 to 30 pounds with Awaken 180. Those extra 10 degrees can give you half a club more distance. We're talking 6 to 10 more yards with irons, even more with your woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, mood. It's science and doable with Awaken 180 weight loss. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? You bet. I've noticed with both of those. Same for everyday life. Getting out of your car, mowing the lawn, everything's easier. Benefits are endless when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way with Awaken 180 degree weight loss. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Comedy Podcast. We've been described as unscripted, unqualified, and unapologetic. And that came from my mother. See if you agree. The Commercial Break is available Tuesday through Friday, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thank you for making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and Picture Day Perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hard, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
Time to strange. Here I come, but I ain't the same. Mama, I'm coming home.
This from Ozzy Osbourne just a few weeks back at his final performance, which is pretty telling, emotional, and cathartic at this point. To share a song like this at the final show just a few weeks before passing. Once again, if you happen to have missed it, breaking news on the day from the wide world of rock, pop culture, and beyond. Ozzy Osbourne, rock and heavy metal legend, reality star, passed away at the age of 76 today. We've been trying to pay tribute. Obviously, the New England Patriots did, with a tribute to him on Instagram as well, with Crazy Train being the introductory song for over 20 years at Gillette Stadium as the Pats would take the field. It's Fitzy and Mego here on WEEI Afternoons. Andy Hart off for the day. Ted Johnson as well. Mego, as we were discussing Patriots receivers before we get into who NFL.com said could be a potential Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate for your New England Patriots, this just in from Adam Schefter. Washington wide receiver. I know this is going to make you not happy, which is why.
What? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Fitzy. Don't do this to me.
Washington wide receiver Terry McLaurin
has been traded. Oh, sorry.
No, what is it? Just spit it out. I don't feel good now.
Dan Ball.
Fitzy, what is it?
Seeking a new contract.
Just say it.
Has decided to resign from football. No, he did not report to training camp today. McLaurin was not present for the Commanders' conditioning test today that marked an unofficial start to camp. All other players present and accounted for, but one, Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I saw them talking a big game about how they really want to keep him here, though. He wants a new contract. What do you mean?
How big a deal do you think he's looking for?
Close to 30 a year, which he has earned.
I was gonna say, with the year that he had last year, coming back to life, like absolutely becoming a top 10 receiver last year. I wonder why they're not why are these teams that say they have Super Bowl aspirations not paying their guys? Like what Cincinnati is doing right now with Shamar Stewart and especially Trey Hendrickson is putting on a Mike Brown level clinic at Mike Brown Contract and Player Management. But I am surprised, though, that Washington, full well knowing that they have another year until they have to consider paying Jaden Daniels $250 billion, that they're not just, I mean, I wouldn't say acquiescing to the demands of Terry McLaurin, but they're not rewarding their guy for being like a focal point of an offense that really came to life last year. Like, got news for you. Diami Brown is a nice compliment who came to life last year. He ain't the O, guys.
What's so frustrating overall is how we've all accepted this line over and over again, that like the biggest cheat code is having your rookie quarterback like on that rookie contract and be really successful right away. And in the first 3 years, and then you can build around them. But then you see these teams sitting there with Jaden Daniels on the second year of his rookie contract, and they don't want to pay Terry what he feels like he's deserved. And they can't even meet somewhere in the middle before they get to training camp. Seems like they basically didn't pick up his phone calls or just left the conversation until training camp started, which I think is too late. But on the other hand, even when you look at New England, like, okay, they went out and spent a lot in free agency. They still have $60-odd million that they can spend against the cap.
That's a lot of money, yeah.
And so, do I think that the Patriots roster is completely finished right now? I wouldn't sit here and say that they're completely done today. They have so much room against the cap where they could still add. And if that means cutting more of these receivers, who, like I said, is quantity over quality right now, I don't care. I really don't. Like, if you're saying, like, you can go and get a Terry McLaurin and it means that you have to end up cutting Kendrick Bourne, Javon Baker, and Jalen Polk, is anybody going to bat an eye at that? No, you go get the receiver who's proven.
Yeah, send them all to Washington. Are you kidding me? Just say, be like, listen.
I don't think that trade would work out if you had the proverbial trade machine that ESPN has.
Here's a second round
the
pick
NBA.
and have as many of these receivers as you want that aren't named Steph Diggs or Efton Chisholm. They're all yours.
No, but like Juwan Jennings is in a similar position.
Yep.
This happens every year. You have the disgruntled, whether it's a pass rusher or wide receiver. It's trying to just get the best deal possible, and I get that. But at the same time, when you have the rookie quarterback, you have so much less of an excuse because you've been forcing that narrative down everybody's throats for the past 10 years. The rookie quarterback contract, Well, you haven't now, so pay the other guys who are going to support him.
Right, because he did a lot last year, like a lot, but he can't do it all himself. Like Terry McLaurin was awesome last year. The catch against Cincinnati to win that game with 30-some-odd seconds left, one of the best catches of the season. Scary Terry came out in full force and could be capable of as much, if not even better this year. But this is bad juju for your team right there. And I'm with you. I would love to see the Patriots, if in fact he says, okay, obviously that's it. As much as I wanted to stay here, as much as I wanted to build my home and stake my football future in the Washington area, despite what our leader keeps saying about the ability to put a new stadium together, and Stephen A. Smith saying that he wants to see a combined stadium between the Ravens and the Washington football team. If he wants out, if I'm Wolf, McDaniels, Vrabel, all of them should get on the call, but we'll see if that happens, and we'll see how this wide receiver room shakes out. I did want to share with the audience, as we were talking about the running back room earlier, that in a list put out by NFL.com of 10 potential offensive rookie of the year candidates on their watch list. That's right. My guy, who I am the cheerleader for and the president of the Appreciation Society, Travion Henderson, makes the offensive rookie of the year list for NFL.com. Mego, are your hopes and expectations for him as high as myself, many others regionally and nationally as well?
I was thrilled with the draft pick. And so, yeah, I guess my expectations, my hope is high for him. I think the more interesting conversation personally, and I heard Jones and Keefe talk about this in middays, is who's in front of him. Is it Ramondre or is it Antonio Gibson? Because if you look at the games in the last quarter, the last third of last season, Gibson was getting some momentum. And
he was the better running back second half of the season.
Sure. He's got some nice midfield moves, and Ramondre has had real ball security issues. And if you're trying to tell Drake May that he can't turn the ball over more than once a game, if that, as you go through this Josh McDaniels offense, do you think they're going to have a ton of patience with Ramondre Stevenson turning the ball over or fumbling?
Back in the day, if you fumbled once, Belichick would send you to football Siberia
and
for
he did with
possibly the remainder of the season.
When Ramondre was a rookie, he put him in the fumble prison. So
that's right. Ivan Fears was asked once, what's he good at? And Ivan Fears' response was, he's as good as getting his ass yelled at. That's what he's good at.
Yeah, and I don't say that because, I want Ramondre to fail, or I think Antonio Gibson is definitely the better running back. But I do think that for the past couple of years, there's been a sentiment inside that building that Ramondre Stevenson is a top 10 running back in the league. And I don't think it's borne out to anybody else. But I think a lot of people within the building thought, Ramondre, he's this big body guy. He's so athletic. He's smart. He sees the field well, that he should be a top 10 running back. And he's just never proven that out, even though he got a big contract.
Yeah, one of the things that I heard many people in attendance at OTAs and minicamp say about Travion Henderson, who just last week signed his 4-year, fully guaranteed $11 million rookie deal, was the speed is real, and he hits a high gear differently and quicker than most everyone else on the field. That's one of the things I'm most looking forward to seeing, and I think given the package of everything that he can do, from the high-end speed to not putting the ball on the carpet, soft hands in the reception game, and his tremendous pass protection, which we've heard a bazillion times, I think there's a very good chance that he steals. One of my bold predictions for the season will be that he is the starting running back by just past halfway through the season. Who's in front of him and who he has to seize that op from, we will see as camp kicks off tomorrow. Don't forget, you'll be able to get all the coverage you can. Jones and Keefe will be there every day, 10A to 2P. We'll recap practice, camp, and so much more here on afternoons and daily 6 Rings and Football Things, mini podcasts, and videos recapping everything we see on the fields outside Gillette once Pat's camp gets underway. All right, now it's coming up on the 5 o'clock hour. You guys know what that means. Time for The Drive. The best of everything from WEEI Afternoons here for your drive home. And at 5:30, don't miss Take Tuesday, where we find some takes and stances we either want to walk back or double down on. And we're also going to give you guys a chance to win a Shaw's gift certificate. It's all coming up here in the final 45 minutes of WEEI Afternoons.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the Boston Red Sox, wants Red Sox Nation to savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. Not only does BetMGM have a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, but the sportsbook born in Vegas has even created the ultimate fan cave inside the BetMGM sportsbook at MGM Springfield. That's right, with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run over the Green Monster at home or at the BetMGM Sportsbook at MGM Springfield. Plus, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the Boston Red Sox. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Massachusetts only. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Played smart from the start. Live chat at GameSenseMA.com.
The Recap Show is an unfiltered, inside look into the world of global soccer and women's sports and all things culture. From 2 U.S. Women's National Team World Cup champions and Olympians, follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay, They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $500 million for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
This hour of Afternoons is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Oh, that's right. We're rolling well into the 5 o'clock hour here on WEEI Afternoons. Thank you guys for joining us, however that may be, on YouTube Live, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, 93.7 FM, the Odyssey app. So many different ways they can tune in. Mego, it's Fitzy and Mego in today. Andy Hart and Ted Johnson have the day off here on what we've dubbed Training Camp Eve before Pats Camp 2025 opens tomorrow. We've dissected, analyzed, offered takes.
days off.
Well, that's right, Coach. We're supposed to have no days off, but there seem to be an awful lot of days off for people around here. Hey, by the way, how's your flex calendar going so far this year, Mego?
Wonderfully. It's about to decrease substantially as training camp gets started, but I've got one more day I'm going to flex this summer at least.
Yeah, I got a couple of flexies left myself as well. I didn't do a contiguous vacation this year. It's kind of just sort of like been a spot here, a day or two there. But yeah, like you said, once training camp gets underway, that's that, and we will see you in January. Or
Come on, take all the days off. Everybody else is. All the cool kids are, Fitzy.
Yeah, no kidding. P, it's just like, what, did Courtney take like 3 weeks off in a row where you had to cover? And by the way, admirable work filling in on the Greg Hill show.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. 100%.
Well, thank you. I took a decent amount of time off too. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking time off during the summer. I know okay. For listeners, it's probably quite annoying because you want to listen to your regular hosts, but at the same time, you got to be energized, you got to be balanced like everybody else. I'm not saying take a whole month off like we're in Europe and you go to the south of France or something, but everybody deserves...
that sounds awful.
Everybody deserves a little balance. Yeah, but that's not American, Fitzy. That's not how Americans work. We take 2 weeks every year and that's it.
Yeah,
that's
I'd
not
go
enough.
3. Yeah, I think 3.
Yeah,
Also,
no.
I'm not sure that Wiggy knew that Courtney was out. Kept calling Mego. Kept calling
true.
Mego Courtney.
Oh, by the way, you guys, I need this is a thank you for talking Wiggy for a second, Stiz. I gotta call Wiggs out on this one. I said that I would, and I had forgotten to, but now's the perfect time before we get into our 5 o'clock drive here on WEI Afternoons. So Saturday, this weekend, Mego, up at Hampton Beach. Truly just a spectacular, spectacular place. Tully Bantakane brought his new fledgling outdoor football league, the Beach Football League, up for an audition tryout and showcase. And I did the play-by-play and stadium announcing for him on Saturday. Our pal Sarge from Gillette Stadium did it on Sunday. A lot of fun, a lot of hot out there as well, a lot of yip-yap and whatnot.
A lot of hot.
It was 85 degrees, and I don't think I saw any shade until someone threw some back at me for a call I made in the 4 o'clock hour Saturday. However, the final game was between a bunch of people that tried out in the Hampton Beach area, a bunch of locals versus a team that came in from Cincinnati. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, where the hell do they have beach in Cincinnati? I don't know. That's not my issue.
Lake Beach?
Sure. River Beach, right there on the Cincinnati-Covington line. So, anyway, long story short, Wiggy came up there along with Lonnie Paxton, Patrick Pass, Jarvis Green, a bunch of early 21st century Pats All-Stars and friends of Tully. And Wiggy was the offensive coordinator in the flag football game in the 2 o'clock hour. 3 o'clock hour starts. Hampton is getting their lunch served to them by Cincinnati. Wiggy walks from the Hampton Beach All-Stars sideline and joined Cincinnati and became a Cincinnati cheerleader and partied with them the rest of the night. Can you believe that?
I like that approach from Wiggy. You sound quite judgmental about him abandoning his post as the offensive
believe
coordinator.
it.
I think if you can't beat him, join him, especially when you're partying on the beach.
He literally
Good for Wiggy. That's the right move. That's smart. That's a shrewd move. You follow success. Well, you want to go down with this ship? Get out of here.
No, he's a winner who knows where a good time is. That's just good taste.
That's right. And if you're looking for a good time and you want to be a winner, then you know what you do. You pass the baton to Dan Ball, who gets you ready for the drive at 5.
This is The Drive.
Swings and drives one high and deep into left field. Gone!
The top stories, stats, and quotes from around the sports world for your ride home. On WEEI Afternoons.
All right, it's 5 o'clock. It's time for The Drive. The biggest stories from today here on WEEI Afternoons and in the sports world at large. Stiz and I have gone through them. We picked the biggest ones. Stiz, what's number one on the list?
All right, well, Dan, the lineup for the Red Sox has been released. There is no surprises there. However, the lineup for the San Francisco Giants also released. In batting number 3rd in your batting order, number 1. I'm sorry, number 3.
What is going on back there, guys? What are you doing back there, fellas? Pull yourselves together.
Batting number 3 in your batting order.
Did you say dadding?
No, batting.
All right, here we go.
And number 1.
Hitting 3rd.
And number 1 on first base. Raffy Devers.
What the hell is going on? Stiz, have you ever watched a baseball game?
Yes, I produced it for a whole year.
All right.
That would come as news to Will Fleming. And
Raffy Devers is playing first base tonight for the Giants.
Oh, okay.
I tried to set it up with some suspense.
Oh, no, the flourish was top
failed miserably.
I mean, the suspense was built in your lack of command of the English language, but I'm beginning to understand whose vape was left in the studio last week.
That wasn't mine.
Holy mackerel.
All right.
Boy, that was a very satisfyingly long walk to get to the short porch over there.
To get to Rafael Devers at first. Well, Fitzy, your initial reaction, he's doing the damn thing for the first time in his career after months of speculation that he would.
Yeah, of course he is, because he said he would and wants to continue to think that it's going to bother us, irk us, and salt that wound. I got to tell you, honestly, do not care. I am so much more concerned with the Red Sox, offense waking up. Mego, we shared some stats in the first hour of the show, thanks to our old pal Brian Barrett as well. The Red Sox, over their first 4 games, 2.25 runs a game, batting .209, hitting anywhere. All the offensive stats and categories are between 27th and 30th in baseball. They are the dead last worst offense in baseball the first 4 games out of the break. So how and why would I be concerned with what Rafael Devers is doing in San Francisco right now when my team came in hotter than a $2 pistol and a bag of fireworks that you purchase fresh on Hampton Beach after a day of calling beach football, and they can't hit the ball, Mego, and it's killing them, and they're starting to fritter away what was all that amnesty and excitement they'd built up heading into the All-Star break.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think it's too early to jump down the Red Sox throats with this stretch that they're going into, or that they're in, I should say. We knew that these were going to be the tough teams coming out of the All-Star break, and that they need to prove a little something more, you would guess, to get the investment at the trade deadline. But in terms of the Devers stuff, I'm with you, Fitzy. I don't care. I don't care anymore. He's gone. Do I care about Hicks looking like a mess last night as part of the return? That irks me more than hearing that Devers is out there doing what he wouldn't do for you. But I'm the type that's out of sight, out of mind, unless you're playing them directly. I don't really care what he's doing out there at this point. But when the parts of the return that looked not great to begin with when you made that trade, and then you have a game that ended like last night with Jordan Hicks, I don't know what you're supposed to. I don't know how you're supposed to feel good about that.
Yeah, the only thing I could say about it as to why we really should care is Well, the offense is back in the toilet again. So, if we had Devers, then we wouldn't have had Hicks, and that wouldn't have been a problem. And maybe Devers would have knocked one in for us. But we're talking now something that happened a month and a half ago on Father's Day, like last year. We're talking about Father's Day earlier in the show for next year and Scotty Scheffler. But it's done. Move on, everybody. I know Boston hates change and doesn't move on that quickly, and we bask in the commiseration of our shared frustrating experiences. But just move on. Okay, he's going to play first. You know what? He's probably not going to be very good at it, everyone. And that's a San Francisco problem, not a Red Sox problem. The Red Sox problem is coming through in the clutch after you get good starting pitching performance after the next.
So other than that, I'm cool.
That is the voice of our good friend Will Clark, who, Fitzy, I ask you just more tongue-in-cheek than actually meaning it. Do we think Will Clark was finally successful in getting a chance to meet Rafael Devers and take ground balls at first base?
You mean getting Rafael Devers?
That's our guy.
Out? He's got, I bet you that...
Rafael Devers?
I've probably had more interaction with Sidney Sweeney than Rafael Devers has had with Will Clark at this point. He's just out there, and that's that. And I bet you he won't be great. Do I think he's going to make errors? No, because he doesn't play for the Red Sox anymore. But no, I doubt they did as much as we would love to have seen that interaction, Dan.
Okay, fair enough. I was hoping we'd at least see a photo or a video or something just to add fuel to the fire. But
sure, why not? I mean, we could always use something else to chew on.
Yeah.
On the dog days of pre-camp, sure.
But Will Clark was, I think a gag order was put in place for Will Clark, so he knew not to respond back. All right, Stiz, what's number 2?
Number 2, Dan, hopefully better than number 1. Mego was bringing up Jaylen Brown earlier. I kind of want to push back on this. I said something to Fitzy about it off air, but it still just kind of pees me off. Do you really think...
Pees you off?
Tease me off.
We are 2 for 2.
I know.
You are just absolutely knocking him out.
That sounds worse than just saying the words.
You're using a word fungo and absolutely just crushing him today.
I'm off my game today. I apologize. But the whole narrative that Jaylen Brown doesn't feel accepted in this city, that's just ridiculous to me.
Why? That's how he says he feels. You can't tell someone how they feel. You think he's looking for sympathy?
I don't know. I'm not saying he's looking for sympathy, but name to me one place in this city that Jaylen Brown could walk into that he wouldn't be treated like a king.
Okay, well, if you remember a couple years ago, I think it was to The Athletic, but I'm not completely sure. He gave an interview about how he struggled to find a house to buy. And
I just don't
in
buy
the market
that.
at that time. You think he's not being truthful, or he's...
I don't know if he's, exaggerating, embellishing a little bit, but that just sounds hard to believe to me. And it's just, I honestly think it's things like that. And it got brought up again last week, the article where he was kind of bringing this narrative up again, that I think, pushes me away, and Ted Johnson felt a little bit of the same.
Is it a narrative if it's what he says his lived experience is?
Maybe narrative is not the best word, but I hate this whole thing of him not feeling accepted in the city. I don't know what this city could do more for him or embrace him anymore. Nick, what do you think?
I can't imagine that he made it. I don't think that Jaylen Brown is an attention seeker, an attention whore, if you will. I don't think that he wants people paying attention to him for undue or unsavory reasons. I don't think he would try to attract attention by driving forward any of these false narratives. And I don't also want to go down the rabbit hole of, you know what they say about Boston as far as how it treats other athletes, especially if certain colors are from out of town or this or that. Like, I would hope we could have all moved on collectively from this idea that Boston is not the right place for people of different backgrounds, if you will, or unique perspectives to come and play. Maybe there were some issues. Maybe there still is some of that element, Stiz. Maybe there still are some places where he didn't find himself as welcome as he did others. I don't know. That's the problem. That's the problem, is that we can't verify it, and it's being brought up by someone of prominence and pride like Jaylen Brown, and that it still continues to get brought up, just like stirs up an old hornet's nest that we thought that we took down after it froze off during the winter, but there it is still an active, fertile and live nest all over again. And it's too bad, because what we want to focus on is his potential as the primary option, as the facilitator of the offense this season, and not some of the other things that may have made him uncomfortable in a city that is looking to embrace a temporary or possible new leader on the team.
I think the quotes are getting conflated as like a little bit of two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure what direction Jalen intended them to go in more. Is it that he doesn't feel comfortable in this market, in this city, in his living situation here, or he doesn't feel like he's being utilized enough as a leader on the basketball team?
Mm-hmm.
If it's the first thing, that is his lived experience, and I feel that we should respect that and try, in any way to make any athlete or any person really feel welcome and accepted and celebrated here, especially when they're winning championships for your city. But regardless, if it's the second thing, then I wonder behind the scenes, what is his relationship with the locker room? What's his relationship with Brad? What's his relationship with Joe? How much friction is allowed and how much pushback is he allowed to give? We've heard him in the past at the podium say he really wants more focus on defense when it was all about three-pointers in Joe Mazzulla's first season. Those are the things to me, like Fitzy, to your point from a basketball perspective, where I'm more curious about, does he feel that his voice, his input is being heard as a Supermax player? Because when you have a Supermax player in most markets, they have a very loud voice about how the team is built and about how the style of basketball is played.
Yeah, you don't often end up with two Supermax players in back-to-back seasons on the same squad.
Not under this CBA.
No, not in this freaking CBA, and that's what gets you into second apron problems, which is why the Celtics are still $332,000 over and had to part ways with Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis and may still have to make another move so they can get under that and not cost Bill Chisholm hundreds of millions of dollars in foolish tax penalties as well. What a fascinating series of events and potential outcomes and season this is going to be for the Celtics, guys.
And you're right, Mego. Maybe we are conflating the two, like what he actually means. Maybe I am misinterpreting, because I love Jaylen Brown. I really do. I'm not an Andy Hart, I'm wearing his jersey to the beach kind of guy, but I really do love Jaylen Brown, and I want him to feel embraced in this city. And you're right, he does do a lot of stuff for the city. He does a lot of stuff with local musicians that I know about personally. And remember, there was that awesome video where he lost, what was it, his ring or his glasses? Or
no, it was, I think it was the ring.
On
ring,
the parade
right?
route.
Yeah. And fans found it, hit him up, and he met them secretly in front of the garden and gave them some autographed basketballs and whatever he gave them. So I really love Jaylen Brown, so I want him to feel welcome in the city.
Oh, yeah. And Mego, it's a great point as well. And we'll get to your calls because we love calls coming in during the drive here at 617-779-7937. To your point as well, he's a Supermax player. Maybe what he's kind of intimating at is it feels like everything goes the direction of sculpting and molding the team around and for Jaylen Brown, for Jason Tatum. Hey guys, I'm all NBA too. I helped us win the title as well. Maybe we could play up to my strengths as well, and we can do JT's too. But I'm JB and I'm a really good basketball player as well. So okay, that's why I say awesome. Here's a great chance to show what you are the best at. Lead this team from the supposed darkness some fans see him in as well. And yeah, I've seen some of those videos, Stiz, in addition to losing the ring on the parade route, his merch store, meeting super fans people like Green Runs Deep and Bree Marie D and some of the other cheerleaders online for the Celtics. It's been really cool. He loves the fans, and he actually does get himself out there and do engagements and interactions too. So I'm pulling for him this season. And someone who's got thoughts on Jaylen Brown is Jim in Peabody. What's up, Jim?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Mego, great hearing you back on the radio, man.
Thanks, Jim.
I love Jaylen Brown. He plays better in the playoffs than Tatum. But what happens now this year, he has a great year. He's the leader. He's up and top in points and everything. They make the playoffs. They win a couple of playoff games. Then Tatum comes back. And so what? Tatum's the guy again? It's like if that happens, I don't think they can coexist anymore.
That's an interesting point, Jim. Thank you very much for the call, buddy. Well, see, I don't know if they won't be able to coexist. They seem to get along very well themselves, Mego. Just we'll see how this could let me ask you this question before we jump to our giveaway from our friends at Shaw's here in the 5 o'clock hour. Do you think the way this season goes without Tatum could affect the roster, the way that those two interact and just the general direction of the Celtics going forward in Tatum's absence.
What, like Jalen gets a taste of being the true number one and doesn't want to go back to being 1B?
Yeah, and or the way the team responds to Jalen as the one, like.
I think if that's the case, I'm more interested in the first thing than that second possibility. I think if that's the case, that's the kind of thing that would just naturally progress anyway. You know, Jalen has been here for a long time. He's gotten a Supermax deal. He's with the team that he was drafted by. It's rare in today's NBA that a Supermax player stays with the team that drafted them their entire career. And I'm not saying that I'm predicting that for Jalen, but if that's the way it goes after the season, I think it's the way that it would eventually go anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about like Jalen or Jason. It's about that's just the way that the league tends to work. A lot of guys don't tend to stay with the team that drafted with them their entire career. Would I love Jason and Jalen to be together until they both retire Celtics? Yeah, that'd be awesome. And they've already proven that they can coexist. So I'm done with that argument. And I think the best thing for Jason Tatum coming back from his injury is to have Jaylen Brown there with him and to make things feel as normal and low pressure as possible. And having Jaylen Brown there will do that.
Agreed across the board, and looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out. But now, in the spirit of giving, I throw it back to you, Dan Ball, the leader of the Drive at 5, for a special giveaway from our friends at Shaw's.
Thank you, Fitzy. So as part of our first week of the Drive, we do have one $100 Shaw's and Star Market gift card that we're giving away as part of our Drive here this week. Shaw's and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most, like boneless chicken breast, 2-liter Coca-Cola, fresh avocados, snacks, cereal, and much more, all at new lower prices. Be caller 9 at the contest line at 617-931-0937, and you could score a $100 Shaw's and Star Market gift card. Shaw's and Star Market, go shopping and get rewarded. It does, however, come with a catch, Fitzy and Mego, because in order to be our winner here on the Drive, you have to answer this special Quiz with Stiz question correctly.
All right, Dan, tonight's question: how many one-run losses do the Red Sox have this season? How many one-run losses do the Red Sox have?
If you were listening in the 2 o'clock hour, you should actually have an answer to this one, Stiz. Now, what number do they have to call?
That's right. Call the contest line, 617-931-0937. Be caller number 9 and have the right answer, and we will hook you up with a $100 Shaw's gift card.
And make sure that you are not number 3rd in line, because it has to be caller number 9.
I was trying to do like a number 1 in your heart, like number 3 in your batting order, number 1 on your bases. But
just write it down next time, dude. Just write it down and read it.
Mego
is coming at this with big, I don't have time for this SH energy stuff. This is awesome.
All right, Fitzy and Mego, that is going to conclude the Drive for today.
Very well done. Thank you, Dan. 617-779-7937. We'll come back, clean up your calls, and on Tuesdays, we like to do a little bit called Take Tuesday. This is a chance for someone to walk back a take or tweet an opinion they previously established here on the program or outside, or double down on one if they're feeling more bullish on it. We'll get to that, your calls, and more as we wrap things up at 5:45 and pass the baton to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show before first pitch at 6:45 from Citizens Bank Park. But to arm you with all the information you need for tonight and beyond, here's Dan Ball with What's Trending Now.
And batting number 3rd in your batting order.
Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Red Sox fell to the Phillies last night in 10 innings. The final score was 3-2. Game 2 of that series is tonight. First pitch at 6:45. Richard Fitz will start against lefty Christopher Sanchez. Here's your lineup for tonight. Rob Refsnyder leads off in left. Roman Anthony is in right. Batting number 3rd in your order is Alex Bregman at 3rd with Roman Anthony at 2nd. Trevor Story at short. Masataka Yoshida is your DH with Cedar Rafaela in center. Carlos Narvaez is your catcher. And Abraham Toro is at first base, and he bats 9th. You can listen to the game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcand is tonight at 5:45, and Will Fleming and Mike Monaco have the call of the series. Patriots training camp begins tomorrow. The first practice is scheduled to begin at 10:15 a.m. In Patriots news from earlier today, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reports that wide receiver Stephon Diggs has been cleared for full participation at training camp. That was later confirmed by head coach Mike Vrabel. Per Boston Sports Journal's Mike Giardi, that means Diggs will receive his $12 million signing bonus. In league news, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson chose not to report with the rest of the team's veterans earlier today as he seeks a long-term contract. Eight-time Pro Bowl quarterback Phillip Rivers announced he is retiring from the NFL as a member of the Chargers. And the Packers and right tackle Zach Tom agreed to a 4-year, $88 million contract extension. And finally, from earlier this afternoon, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee Ozzy Osbourne has passed away. He was 76 years old. Stay cool this summer with the money you found at findmassmoney.gov. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. Go to findmassmoney.gov today. It's a secure website and takes only 30 seconds to search your name. I'm Dan Ball. This is Trending Now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up right after this.
WEEI.
WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
This is Joe Giacalone, founder of Arch Painting, with some exciting news. For 27 years, you've known Arch for our great service, accountability, and innovation. Now, with PaintZen, powered by Arch, we're taking innovation to the next level with our advanced technology to automate pricing and scheduling for residential paint jobs. Even more exciting, we're bringing PaintZen to Lowe's Company's customers in New England. You can now use the PaintZen platform through a local participating Lowe's store or go online to book one of Arch's tremendous crews. Go to Lowe's.com and look for house painting services or visit a participating store and scan the QR code on the in-store signage. With a few keystrokes, you can get an instant quote and book an appointment. We know you've got a lot going on in your day. With PaintZen, we're using technology to match your busy lifestyle, delivering that home beautification project faster and easier than ever. At Arch, we never stop innovating.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking? I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27th, 2025.
Looking for highly durable, low-maintenance windows that knock it out of the park? Step up to the plate and visit CCL Homescape's showroom in Abington to check out the all-star lineup. Sierra Pacific H3 windows. With over 50 exterior colors and 8 interior wood species to choose from, these windows are built to match your style and performance needs. Their tough exterior cladding is like the Boston sports fans, built to take on harsh New England weather. CCL and Sierra Pacific windows are a grand slam combo. No one's ever built a window like this before. Visit cclco.com to learn more.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Long live the Prince of Darkness. Mego, maybe the headline should read not rock legend Ozzy Osbourne passes away at the age of 76, but rather, holy smokes, Ozzy Osbourne made it to 76? Wow.
Seriously.
Kid,
Seriously. Him and Mick Jagger, man. Or not Mick Jagger. Yes, Mick Jagger. Really all the Rolling Stones, we'll say.
Yeah, Ozzy was a legend. Legend for sure.
Rolling Stones, Ozzy. Wait, who else is an older rocker who's still kicking?
Angus Young, AC/DC.
Good.
Roger Daltrey from The Who.
Ooh, that's a good
Pete
poll.
Townsend.
Okay. So we got around more than you.
Robert
you
Palmer,
think.
Jimmy Page from Led
Steven
Zeppelin.
Tyler.
Yeah.
Yep.
Baby,
Joe Perry.
hometown hero.
Nailed it.
Any more?
I think we're good. I think we're good there.
I think we're good on old rockers.
Instead of the TB12 method and that cookbook that came out, those guys should all get together and write just a life guide of everything that they did, just so that we can know the extent that they pushed it to. Like Keith Richards needs to be in on this.
Yeah.
And just the extent that they pushed it to. I did read Keith Richards' autobiography, Life, and it was awesome, but it was very long, and a lot of it was about musical theory. You wouldn't expect that, but a lot of it was. But yeah, I want to know like the limits that they pushed it to and still made it to their at least mid-70s, because it is impressive from a human perspective.
I would say it's probably sex and transfusions.
Okay.
That's just my guess. Let's Mego, during the break, we did have somebody win our drive contest with a gift card from our friends at Shaw's. And on the contest line right now with, I believe, the correct answer is Rich in Woburn. What's up, Rich?
How you doing?
Hey, how are you, my friend? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, sir, you had the correct answer to Stiz's Shaw's $100 gift card question. How many one-run losses do the Red Sox have this season?
Too many. 20.
Both answers would have been accepted by the judges.
That is right. Too many is correct. Also, the number was 20.
Half of those games.
Can you imagine? So Dan
know?
Ball said earlier in the show, first of all, congratulations, Rich. We appreciate you calling in and getting the correct answer. You win a $100 gift cards from our friends at Shaw's in Star Market. But imagine if instead of being 12-20 in one-run games, they were 20-12, how different the season would look for Red Sox Nation.
Oh, I thought he was still on and you were asking him.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah,
like
but I'm asking you now, so.
everybody, like we are just a few games, I should say, into this very tough stretch. You knew it was going to be a tough stretch, and the way that people ride the roller coaster with this team, no wonder you all are so exhausted and it's not even August yet. It's like you're living not even series to series. You're living game by game. Like, just take a breather. The way that the game ended last night was stupid and it sucked. And you can look at that and complain about that and get angry about that, but you can't turn your back on the team already after they had a 10-game win streak. Like, you can't just turn that quickly and say, oh, no, it's just because they played a bunch of cellar dwellers and then they had a nice series against Tampa. Like, you can't ride the roller coaster that way.
Let's jump to line 1. Lucas is on the horn. What's up, Lucas?
Good call, Lucas.
Lucas.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Yes, just want to shout out, love listening to you guys, love listening to Mego and all that, but just want to hear your thoughts on, because this Jaylen Brown thing has started to get me a little bit mad with points of, like, they've paid him, he's been, like, they respect him, all that stuff, but I think there's a part of him that he really does believe that he's better than Tatum, which I think is ridiculous. Just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the call, Lucas. I mean, does he really think he's better than Jason Tatum?
If he does, it's part of having a professional athlete's ego. Like, I don't take that as something with Jaylen Brown personally. I take that as a lot of guys on professional teams feel that they are the best player on the team, and that's what gets them to that point. I know that's like kind of a blanket cop-out, but I do think it's true. I think that there are guys out there who can look at a roster and say, I'm the third best guy on this roster, and that's the reality of what it is, and I'm never going to, no matter how hard I work, I'm never going to be as good as that guy. And then there's a lot of other guys that take the approach of, like, this is what makes me great, is believing I am better than this guy, and I have been better at him in some playoff series, so why shouldn't I be the number one on the team?
Right. I want my doctors, my surgeons, my lawyers, and my professional athletes to believe that they can always be the best at any time. Real quick, let's sneak this one in. Time for a quick little Take Tuesday.
It's Take Tuesday.
Take 2. Run that again. I'm going to walk this back tomorrow.
On WEEI Afternoons.
All right, Mego, so here's the thing. It works quite simply like this. On Take Tuesday, you can either double down on a take that you feel very confident on, or you can walk back a take or a tweet that you think needs a little scrubbing or historical revisionism. And yesterday, Andy Hart, who I know would triple down if you were here, doubled down on something that did not go over terribly well with Red Sox Nation or social media.
You can't get emotionally attached to Jarren Duran. Just because Bradfo says the clubhouse will be in their feels if you trade Jarren Duran, the team might be in the World Series if you trade Jarren Duran. Trade Duran now.
How do you feel about that one?
They don't have to. Didn't you just read the report from ESPN? They're going to keep their outfielders. And honestly, I'd rather them do that than trade Duran for a starting pitcher, because I think they can get a starting pitcher without doing that. Like, I would like for them to hold on to all the talent that they have now and go for the postseason this year and trade prospects, trade, I don't know if you can, people are going to hate this, but maybe if you throw Christian Campbell in there. Like, I would rather go in that direction than trading Duran. And I know that he hasn't been the player that he was last season or the season before, and people say, how long is he for this plan? I don't care about, like, the 3-year plan at this point. You got so many young kids on this roster. I care about this postseason and what you're going to be able to do this October, and I'd like to see him still on the roster.
Yeah, he's a very popular player in the clubhouse, and Rob Bradford did say there would have to be emotional damage control if he were traded. All of the outfielders are top 10 in OPS in their respective positions. I know it's very lefty-centric as well, and no, he's not playing as well as he did last year, but there still exists the chance that he could. He had a leadoff home run last night. There still exists the chance that he could catch fire at any given moment, and next thing you know, the offense is just completely turned around, and it's a different story to be told altogether. So I'm with you, and you deal with that in the offseason when you can, probably look around for the best deal. But why not? Don't deal away from a position of strength. Play with it now if you can. And that'll do for us right here on WEEI Afternoons. That's our first Take Tuesday. Make sure you stay tuned every day for fun.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Christian Arcan.
Good evening, Red Sox fans, and welcome into the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand. After avoiding a sweep at Wrigley Field on Sunday, the Red Sox looking to get off to a good start last night against the National League East leading Phillies, were just a while ago. And a quick glance at the scheduled starting pitchers told us that was not going to be easy. The odds-on favorite for the National League Cy Young Award, Zach Wheeler, who has been just incredible this season for the Red Sox. It was Walker Buehler, who since the calendar has turned to July, has been pitching much better lately, despite the mighty Wheeler being on the mound. Red Sox leadoff man Jarren Duran saw a 2-2 fastball in his first at-bat of the game and did not miss it.
Here's the pitch, and Duran skies one deep into left field. This thing back at the track, at the wall. Goodbye, Duran. Opposite field leadoff homer. Welcome to Philly. It is 1-0 Red Sox.
Quick update, by the way, Phillies are still leading the National League East by a half game over the Mets. Was unclear on that for a second there. That was the 9th home run of the year for Duran, by the way, his 3rd this month. Just the 14th homer allowed by Wheeler this year, though 4 of them have come in his last 3 starts. Wheeler would settle in after that. The Sox did waste an Abraham Toro leadoff double in the 3rd. All the while, Walker Buehler cruising along until he ran into the Phils' big bats in the 4th inning. A 1-out double from Bryce Harper brought up Nick Castellanos.
First pitch. Castellanos swings and pulls one on the line to left center field, and that'll get Harper home. Duran cuts it off in left center. Harper coasts in easily from second on an RBI single from Nick Castellanos that ties the game at 1 here in Philly in the 4th.
Castellanos would then advance to second on a pass ball from catcher Carlos Narvaez. More on him in just a minute. That brought up JT Realmuto.
So Castellanos at second with 1 out the pitch. It's a roller to short and pass Story into left center field, the base hit. So the pass ball proves costly as Castellanos comes in from second and scores on a run-scoring single from JT Realmuto. And now the Red Sox trail 2-1 in the 4th.
Realmuto's single would give the Phils a 2-1 edge, which would hold until the 6th inning, where Alex Bregman reached on a 1-out infield single. Roman Anthony followed that up with a double, setting up Trevor Story with runners on second and third.
Zach Wheeler's 1-0. Story swings and lines it into left field. The base hit. Bregman comes in to score. They stop Roman Anthony at third, and Trevor Story with an RBI single to left has tied this game at 2 in the 6th inning. What a great piece of hitting by Trevor Story.
That was indeed a great piece of hitting by Trevor Story, and people were feeling good around that time in the game. The game was tied. Red Sox still threatening, but Wheeler struck out Willie Abreu and Ceddanne Rafaela, got them both swinging, and that was that for Wheeler. His final line, 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, no walks, and how about 10 strikeouts? He was outlasted by Buehler, though. Buehler goes 7 innings, allowed 2 runs, only 1 of them earned on 6 hits with 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. No decision for either starter. Both Boston and Philly would strand base runners in the 8th, with Aroldis Chapman coming on to pitch to the middle of the Phils lineup. Garrett Whitlock would come on in the 9th, strike out the side, and keep it tied, which meant another dreaded extra inning game on the road for the Boston Red Sox. With the ghost runner on in the 10th, Jarren Duran struck out. Alex Bregman grounded out, moving the runner to third, but then Roman Anthony went down on 3 pitches from Phil's reliever Max Lazar, and that ended the threat. Then in the bottom of the 10th, that would bring about a very unique ending as Jordan Hicks, acquired in the Devers trade, walked leadoff hitter Otto Kemp. Then with 2 on and nobody out, Hicks duffed one to advance the runners to second and third. After an intentional walk to Max Kepler, pinch hitter Edmundo Sosa worked a 2-2 count, and then this happened.
1-2. Sosa takes outside ball 2. Just resisted on a slider away.
Uh-oh.
And it's 2-2.
He's asking for catcher's interference here.
And now the home plate umpire, Quinn Walcott, is looking into the Phillies dugout to see if they want another look at this. Now Walcott's coming over toward Alex Cora to explain. I think the Phillies do have enough of an argument.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference. Batters awarded first base.
Have you ever seen that?
I certainly have never seen that. In fact, you haven't seen that in a baseball game since 1971, but more on that in just a minute. That's your play of last night's game, unfortunately. Not a great play. Sometimes we have like walk-off home runs or a great defensive play or something along those lines. In this case, it was an overturned catcher's interference as your play of the game. It's brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Red Sox are very unhappy with that call, by the way. Hicks argued post-game that the ball was in the glove already and that it was a check swing. That was the 7th time the Red Sox have committed catcher's interference. That's the most in the majors, part of their 81 errors this year, which has them tied for the most in the majors with the Colorado Rockies. So it was bases loaded, nobody out. It would have taken probably a miracle to wriggle off the hook there, but I guess we'll never know. An overturned catcher's interference sinks the Red Sox, and that's the first time a game has ended on catcher's interference since August 1st of 1971 when the Dodgers beat the Reds in a similar fashion. The Red Sox have now lost 3 out of 4 coming out of the All-Star break. Their record now drops to 54-48 on the year. They're 22-28 on the road, and to avoid going 1-5 out of the break like last season, Sox will have to bounce back tonight in the city of brotherly love. And that brings us to tonight's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, it'll be Richard Fitz making his 9th start of the year. He comes into this one with a record of 1-3 and an ERA of 4.28. He picked up his first career win on July 7th against the Rockies. It was his first career win in 11 starts, despite a 3.33 ERA in that span. He did get sent down to AAA after the win, but was recalled on the 12th after Hunter Dobbins tore his ACL. Then, of course, there was the All-Star break. This is his first start ever against the Philadelphia Phillies. Over on the Phillies side, it'll be the big lefty Christopher Sanchez, 6'6", 200 pounds, big skinny lefty, 28 years old from the Dominican Republic. He is 8-2 with a 2.50 ERA in 19 starts this year. He did not make the All-Star team. He really should have. He didn't make the All-Star team, though, but the league asked if he could pitch as a replacement, so he kind of made the All-Star team. I don't know. I don't think he got a hat, but either way, he was on the list, and I believe he got a bonus for it, so that's really all that matters. Phillies are 7-1 when Sanchez starts a game at home this year, and his career splits after the All-Star game are significant. Post-All-Star game in his career, he has an ERA of 4.27, and that's a lot worse than his pre-All-Star game ERA of 2.82. Red Sox are hoping that trend continues tonight. First pitch tonight is scheduled for 6:45, and first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Time now for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. For the Red Sox, leading off in left field will be Rob Refsnyder. He'll be followed by Roman Anthony in right. Alex Bregman will bat third and play third. Your cleanup hitter tonight will be Romy Gonzalez at second. He'll be followed by Trevor Story at short. Masataka Yoshida will bat sixth and DH tonight. That'll be Ceddanne Rafaela batting seventh in center. He'll be followed by Carlos Narvaez, the catcher, and Abraham Toro will play first base and bat ninth behind the starter, Richard Fitz. For the Phillies, Trey Turner will get the start at shortstop and lead off. Kyle Schwarber will bat second in DH. He's followed by the first baseman, Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos in right batting cleanup. JT Realmuto will be catching and batting fifth, followed by Brandon Marsh in center field. Otto Kemp, your number 7 hitter and third baseman. Max Kepler will bat eighth and play left field. Bryson Stott, your number 9 hitter and second baseman behind the starter, Christopher Sanchez. So here we are at another crossroads, I'd say, in the season here. I feel like these last couple of weeks, including the All-Star break, have all been a series of crossroads for this team. And now's a good time and a good situation for this team to really distinguish themselves from last year. Because last year they came out of the break, they got swept by the Dodgers, they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Rockies, and they never really recovered from that. You lost 2 out of 3 to Chicago, but you did avoid the sweep. And I think avoiding that sweep against Chicago was a very important win. It would have been nice to pick up another one against Zach Wheeler yesterday, and what a heartbreaker that is. You have a chance to go out there and get a win against the National League Cy Young Award winner as of right now. We'll see what happens with him and Skeens, but you have a chance to go out there and do that. And you come up short in that way. The game ending in the way that it ended. And listen, I think Carlos Narvaez has been so incredibly important for this team. He really has. But he is a rookie catcher. And let's remember that not only do rookies in the majors often hit a rookie wall, catchers in the majors hit the wall. It just happens, and it was bound to happen at some point here with Narvaez. Now, he still has been hitting. It's not like that's been a real problem. But defensively, there have been some lapses. There's been some miscues. That whole thing yesterday was a little ridiculous, and I think the Red Sox had a right to be upset about it, but it is part of a bigger problem and something that I think whether this team ends up going on a deep playoff run or not, I would really like to see this organization do a better job of emphasizing all throughout the minor leagues and, of course, at the major league level, some of these more fundamental things that you would think at this point would be less of a challenge when you get into these major league games. That being said, with Fitz on the mound here tonight, Sanchez is a very, very tough lefty. He's certainly a guy that you don't want to mess around with. And for Fitz, I think that, you're looking at a young pitcher here coming into his own and who, for the most part, has been giving you quality, solid starts. And if you can do that and the offense can start picking things up a little bit, then, you can try and get back to where you were. But if this is another repeat of last year, if it's another repeat of just, the All-Star break comes and goes, all that good feelings and good vibes coming into the break kind of come to a screeching halt, it's going to be tough to stomach that. Especially when we've gotten Bregman back. And Bregman, by the way, who didn't look to be moving all that well last night and seems like, I don't know if the quad's bothering him or not, but it seems like he's trying very hard not to re-aggravate it. That's something that's very noticeable with him out there on the base paths. Certainly want his bat in the lineup and you want his glove out there in the field. But I worry about him re-aggravating something and wonder if maybe he came back a little sooner than he should have. I think based on the way that he's moving, a fair second guess at this point. We'll talk more about that with Mike Monaco. He's going to be joining us here in just a moment, as this is Red Sox pregame, and I am Christian Arcand. We have lots to get to as well. We will hear from Alex Cora. He sat down with Will Fleming, and of course, we will have the usual stuff, including our pick of the game. We will take a look around the majors and all the other fun stuff here we do on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Coming up in 15 minutes, Will Fleming will sit down with Alex Cora. That's brought to you by our New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, the official truck of the Boston Red Sox, and you can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. That's brought to you by Subaru of New England. Make the summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealers at SubaruofNewEngland.com. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And coming up next, we will head out to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, and we'll talk with Mike Monaco. That's coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
After graduating from high school, Anthony needed a plan. He loves playing video games, but that doesn't cover rent. So he took a job at Amazon packing boxes. He heard about their free skills training programs to boost his pay. Now Anthony is a software developer for Amazon. With a bigger paycheck, he upgraded his computer system at home. With his new skills, he's developing a video game in his free time. Grow your career and your pay. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand. It is the Red Sox and the Phillies. Red Sox on the road where they have not been great this year. They're 22-28 away from Fenway Park. Looking to add one to the win column tonight here against a very, very tough left-hander in Christopher Sanchez. Richard Fitz will be on the hill for the Red Sox as they attempt to even this series up at one game apiece with one more to go before they head to take on the Dodgers. Right now, it is 5:59, and in Philadelphia, it's about 82 degrees, cloudy and muggy. Time and temperature is sponsored by Hatfield. Better care, better pork. Coming up in just a minute, we'll speak with Mike Monaco. He's out there in Philadelphia. However, the Red Sox... He's out there in Philadelphia. However, the Red Sox, with some... I don't want to say cracks in the armor yet because I think that that's a little premature. It's only been a couple of games, but we're watching a team now that's really sort of on the precipice of just what a couple of games can really mean for a major league team at this point in the season. A couple of games can be a lot. I mean, that can really mean a lot to a team. Just a game here and there. And I know early on in the season, you know, they just won a game here or there. You try not to make too big a deal out of it in April and even May. Oh, there's so much baseball left to play. Well, now here we are in July, and these games do matter. And I think that, yeah, while going 1-4 is a bit of a small sample size, we're past the point where we can dismiss that. We're past the point where we can say things like, oh, yeah, you got to really wait for them to start coming on. You only have 9 days until the trade deadline. And once that trade deadline hits, boy, there's going to be a lot of teams that are shaken up here. There's going to be a lot of new-look rosters, and the Red Sox are going to have to contend with that. And for more on that, we head out to Philadelphia right now, Citizens Bank Ballpark, to talk with Mike Monaco, who was on the call last night with Will Fleming and will be on the call tonight as well. Mr. Monaco, great to talk with you. How you doing tonight? Do we have him? Mike, you there?
Christian, you got me?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear. How's it going there, pal?
Yeah, man, everything's great. Real tough one last night, I mean, as you've been talking about. And look, you got to bounce back today. You knew the pitching matchups were going to be tough, and it's another one tonight, and a guy that basically was an all-star in Christopher Sanchez. Right. That's the obstacle for the Red Sox tonight.
Yeah, and listen, it's not going to be a bigger obstacle than the guy that they almost squeezed the win out against yesterday in Zach Wheeler, who right now, even ahead of Paul Skeens, is the odds-on favorite for that National League Cy Young. Real heartbreaker in a game. I've never seen a game end that way. It said in the history books, 1971 was the last time a game ended on catcher's interference. How did it feel to be a part of history, Mike?
Well, we kind of sensed that it was history as it was unfolding. You just don't see that. And, yeah, it's been 54 years or whatever since something like that happened. Incidentally, Johnny Bench involved in that. Manny Mota scoring the walk-off run. Yeah, it was crazy. And I think there's so many different ways to look at it if you really want to get in the weeds on exactly what happened and, you know, how much we should be crediting, like, a check swing, if
right.
The intent was even to make contact with the baseball, which certainly didn't really appear like that was the plan for Edmundo Sosa. But, look, Alex Cora said it last night after the game. He said it again pregame today that it's just the way it goes. It's a loss. It's the rule. And, yeah, maybe someone gets looked at in the future, but doesn't make it feel any better for the Red Sox. And, look, they had their chances. You know, they're 0-7 in road extra innings games, and they've got to find a way to score in those top of the 10th innings. And they had chances earlier as well. If you get a sac fly from Willie Abreu, or if Alex Bregman on a 3-1, you know, it's a sinker away he can't do much with back in the third inning or whatever it was, and then a ground ball. Like, there were chances for the Red Sox, and I'm totally with you. What an awesome job they did against Zach Wheeler. It only shows his 2 runs, but that's about as good as you could look against Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, it certainly is. On the subject of Carlos Narvaez, he's been such an important member of this team, really. His bat has been one of the lone bats that's really been consistent most of the year, but defensively there have been some issues. I sort of wonder, like, you hear about the rookie wall, you hear about the catcher wall, like these things are real things in Major League Baseball. Is it possible maybe Narvaez is hitting that, and is there a way to temper that doesn't involve too much more Connor Wong?
I do think you need to manage his workload. He's already caught more innings this year than he ever has in one season compared to what he did 2 years ago in the minors in the Yankees system. He's already kind of blown past that by 60 innings or more than that at this point in what he caught. So I do think you need to manage it regardless of what the actual production is from Connor Wong. It would certainly help if the production were better there from Connor Wong, and if you could spell Narvaez maybe a little bit more than once a series or once a week. Like if you could give your backup catcher 3 starts a week and it's more of a share to just kind of rebuild some of the durability for Carlos Narvaez. But look, I mean, the guy's been awesome this year.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was not the best defensive night for him yesterday. A couple of pass balls, the one that was obviously costly, leading immediately to a run, and then the circumstance at the end, the 4th time he's been involved with catcher's interference this year. But man, it's one game out of 162, and the guy's been awesome. He has been a godsend on both sides. We all know that. But in particular with the defense, like that's where he made his bones to begin with before the bat really picked up a month plus into the season. So, yeah, well, what can you do? It was one game from his perspective.
Certainly. You mentioned the situational hitting and these extra inning games on the road in particular, which just never seem to go their way. It's really kind of remarkable how hard it is for them to get that runner home from second. What's going on here? Because we saw this team over that 10-game hit streak. They know how to hit. They know how to work at bats. Why does it always seem to crack when we get into these extra inning games?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that necessarily. I don't know if it's mindset in the box or, just a lack of production. Like 7 games in a 162-game season is a small sample size. But when it's 0-7 in all the games in those circumstances, yeah, you do, I think, start trying to read into it and figure out, okay, can we get a ball on the ground there from Jarren Duran? You're not going up bunting in the top of the 10th because it usually doesn't just take one if you're the road team in extra innings. But yeah, can we put a ball in play? Can we get a ground ball and try to get a guy over in that way? Look, Alex Bregman, it was a good play by Trey Turner with 1 out that Bregman turned into the 2nd out. I don't know exactly what it is. It certainly is young pieces, but man, like the offense has been good. Like you said, during the 10-game winning streak, it was fewer strikeouts and it was back to a line drive approach. So I don't think it's like those things totally evaporate or anything like that when you get into extras, but 7 losses in those 7 games is certainly notable.
We're talking with Mike Monaco. Mike, Walker Buehler outlasted Wheeler. He pitched another extra inning than he did. Had 1 fewer earned run as well, which I thought was interesting too. And I look at someone like Fitz going tonight here. Fitz, who was called back up after the Dobbins injury and whose future is a little uncertain. We got Tanner Houck potentially coming back. We got maybe a move coming here at the deadline. With Buehler's performance this month, which has been much, much better, certainly than it was in June, Fitz pitching the way that he is, how do you sort of see this rotation developing here in the next 9 days leading into this deadline, and what direction do you think it can go in?
Wait and see. I'm right there with you on all of that. I mean, you know what he got in Crochet. You feel good about what you've seen from Giolito and Bayo, let's call it the last 2 months. So there's your top 3. You can order Giolito and Bayo however you want to between 2 and 3. And then, yeah, it's Buehler and Fitz, and you lost some of the depth with Dobbins. And Tanner Houck's a question mark right now. Like, he's not currently throwing, is what Alex Cora told us pregame yesterday. So they're trying to figure out some more what exactly is going on with Tanner Houck. And, everyone loves Tanner. He was awesome last year. He's had a real good start to his major league career. The ups and downs, but last year was great. But you certainly can't count on him to be one of your 5 going down the stretch just based on the way the performance went and how the health is right now. So, yeah, I think Buehler's the next guy you go to. He wasn't ready to declare by any means that he's back. He said afterward, it's not like that was the greatest game of my career. It was a step forward for him, and I'm with you that it's been better after a rocky month of June. He has strung a few good ones together in a row. Worked on the mechanics over the All-Star breakdown at a lab in Atlanta, like everyone does nowadays. They find their own lab. But, yeah, there was certainly a lot to like with him. And then, Fitz, Alex Cora always says, Richard Fitz gives us a chance every time he's gone out there. But, yeah, I personally would love to see a starting pitcher get added, and while we're at it, I would love to see a bat get added as well. Probably one that could play first base, but that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you, and I think going into the All-Star break, Mike, the team's playing so well that you're looking at it going, well, they don't have to do that much, like they don't need a starter. Look at Giolito, look at Bayo. The offense is great. They don't really need another bat right now. So in some way, I don't want to see them lose. But in some ways, I'm hoping that this continues to goose the front office into continuing to add, because they're still right there. I mean, listen, they're right there in that wild card, and they have a really good chance of keeping it if they can just hold these teams off.
They definitely do have a good chance of keeping it. And, yeah, I mean, Craig Breslow has said at every turn that they want to be aggressive and they want to be buyers. And he has said, well, you were kind of just getting into with the starting pitching, like you can never have enough of it. And
right.
Yes, that's a cliche, but it does feel like they need to, you would think, add a starting pitcher and try to bolster things in that way. I mean, they made the Paxton deal. They went and got Garcia and Sims last year. I feel like it's going to be hopefully louder than that you would expect this year.
Yeah, it's we'll hope so. We'll all hope together, I guess, Mike. Great to talk with you as always. We look forward to the call of the game.
Christian, thanks a lot, man.
All right, very good. That's Mike Monaco. Him and Will Fleming will have the call of the game here from Philadelphia. It's the Red Sox and the Phillies here on the Red Sox Radio Network. Coming up, Will Fleming will sit down with Alex Cora. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers, and that's next. I'm Christian Arcand. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
We all belong outside. We're drawn to nature, whether it's the recorded sounds of the ocean we doze off to, or the succulents that adorn our homes. Nature makes all of our lives, well, better. Despite all this, we often go about our busy lives removed from it. But the outdoors is closer than we realize. With All Trails, you can discover trails nearby and explore confidently. With offline maps and on-trail navigation, download the free app today.
Possibility means you have a chance.
Passion opens the door to all possibilities.
When I feel like anything's possible, I feel kind of giddy.
I want to be an astronaut, an artist, an actress.
To visit another country.
All I need is a backpack and a pair of shoes, and I'll find a way.
That I'm able to do anything I set my mind to.
I've never felt like more things are possible than right now.
In the right shoes, anything's possible.
DSW, countless shoes at brag-worthy prices. Imagine the possibilities.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo, perfluorohexyloctane ophthalmic solution, is used to treat the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. It's the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. So eyes can find relief that's... Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. For more info, talk to your eye doctor. Call 1-844-MyBo-YEAH or visit mybo.com.
If you've been struggling with your weight, Mochi Health is here to help. Mochi Health is a long-term weight loss solution personalized to fit your unique needs and goals. Meet one-on-one with board-certified obesity doctors and registered dietitians who are on a mission to listen. Eligible patients can access custom-formulated GLP-1 medications at an affordable set price and get them delivered to their home each month. Take our free quiz at joinmochi.com and use code AUDIO40 at checkout for $40 off your first month of membership.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
sunshine, give me a do the do.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Across the country, everyday Americans are standing up to expand freedom and opportunity, not just for themselves, but for their neighbors and communities. They're small business owners, parents, farmers, and local leaders, people who are pushing back against government overreach and showing what's possible when liberty is protected and individuals get involved. I'm David Fromm, host of the American Potential podcast, where we bring these stories to life. We don't just talk about policy solutions. Each week, we share the impact of how these solutions benefit everyday Americans. Because behind every issue is an individual, a family, or a community that's been impacted, reminding us that policy becomes personal. So whether you're passionate about keeping more of your hard-earned money, expanding school choice, or cutting red tape, you'll hear from the people making a difference as they share their stories. Listen now to American Potential on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Alex Cora. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you. It's the Red Sox and the Phillies. Game 2 of 3 from Citizens Bank Ballpark. The Red Sox holding on to that last wild card spot. They are 1 game up on the Tampa Bay Rays. Before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, the official truck of the Red Sox. Here with Alex Cora is the voice of the Boston Red Sox, Will Fleming.
Game 2 in Philly with the manager Alex Cora. And about an end to a game, as you could see, catcher's interference. Now, the bases were loaded. There's nobody out. It doesn't necessarily determine it, but have you ever been a part of anything that wild?
No, I've never seen an end of the game like that, but it is what it is, and we just got to be ready for tonight's game.
Catchers these days really do reach out over the plate, trying to frame, trying to do all these things, steal strikes. Is that part of what goes into the sort of spike in catcher's interference?
They're closer to the hitter now, so that's something that organizations value, just to add a few pitches here and there, and there's some long swings too that come into play, but it is part of the game.
It is the way the rule is written, but it sort of seems to me, Alex, that something like that, interference should only be ruled if he's actually swinging at the pitch. Would you be up for a modification of that rule?
They'll talk about it probably after the season, and obviously with everything that is going on. I know MLB is a little bit worried with the catchers being so close, with the concussions and all that. That's something that they have taken a look the last few years, and catchers getting hit in the head, and umpires too. They're a little bit worried about that, so maybe they'll go the other way around and make the catchers be a little bit farther back and then go from there.
There's a guy sitting on third base right now, Walker Buehler, who was just really outstanding, I thought, last night. And he continues to grow and progress. What did you make of his start?
He did a good job, man. Good tempo. He pounded the strike zone. I think it was like 75% first pitch strikes, and that's the key. You work ahead and stay ahead, and good things are going to happen. The walks and the homers are, continue to go down. And there's the guy that we bet on him. He bet on the Red Sox, and we're very happy with the way he's throwing the ball.
I talked to him after the game, Alex, and you've had many conversations with him about this stuff. He's fascinating, the way that he thinks his way through a lineup and pitch sequences. And it felt like a little bit of a playoff environment last night with this great Phillies offense. What has stood out to you about the way that he processes information and attacks?
He does a good job preparing. I think the whole pitching department, game planning department, they do an outstanding job, kind of like exchanging ideas and come up with a game plan, and he has his own thoughts about pitching and sequencing. Bells and Tech, they're really good at what they do, and when they sit down in those meetings before the game, they come into, different ideas, different ways of getting people out, and it's working so far.
Had such a hard time winning these extra innings games on the road. Does one thing or another sort of stand out as something that's prevented you from doing that on the road?
Not really. I think we have scored runs and then they score back. We don't score runs and they score. It's the nature of the game. We've done it at home. We won some extra inning games at home. It hasn't happened on the road. And, hopefully whenever we get to, if we get to that point again, hopefully we can win it.
How different is your club with Alex Bregman right in the heart of everything? The pinch hit homer, he's back in there. What does he impact on a day-to-day basis?
Just a player. The defense is a lot better. Obviously, the right-handed bat creates balance, especially on top of the lineup. They have to make decisions based on around him, and just happy that he's healthy. He's doing a good job so far. Obviously, not too many at-bats under his belt, the last few months, but I think the quality of the at-bats are really good.
Lucas talked the other day about how much he hates extra days off. Richard Fitz, I think it's like 16, 17 days since he's last pitched. Any concern about that?
Not really, man. It's part of it, and we just got to go out there and throw strikes, There's no excuses, This is what the schedule looks like, right? And he's here now, and I think he's going to be ready to contribute.
Crazy, difficult stretch for you, all these division leaders in the National League. But you go from Wrigley to here, and they're different environments. But I thought there was real electricity in this ballpark last night here in Philly. What was your experience in the dugout?
It was good. It was a good baseball game. I think every pitch counted, and from now on, every pitch is going to count the rest of the way. So it's a good learning experience for the kids, to play in this environment. And, nothing changes today. We got to go out there and win a ball game.
I've asked you about him before, but Bryce Harper, 2 hard doubles again last night against Buehler, one of the toughest outs in the game. Watching him, what really jumps off the page for you?
Just the at-bat, sometimes he's very aggressive, others he's very patient, but he's a complete hitter, he uses the whole field. He doesn't shy away from the moment, and there's a reason, they're really good because they have one of the best players in the big leagues.
Left-handers, you talked about it, top of the order. You use Chapman in that big spot. It's just amazing, Alex, how consistently dominant he has been this year.
He's been really good, and he's been throwing strikes in spring training. The slider has gotten better, the split has gotten better, and the quality of the fastball, the characteristics are a little bit different, in my opinion, compared to other years, and, so far so great.
How about Whitlock? It seems like this is now, he's really feeling himself back to normal.
Yeah, command has been on point the last month and a half. We made an adjustment as far as usage. He's going 1 inning only, and I think that's helped him, to recover, bounce back. And yesterday was a good test for him, and he did an amazing job.
Last one, we talk about clutch hitting. It seems to me in huge spots there's such a thing as clutch defense, and it feels like Marcelo is kind of a magnet for these big plays in big spots, bases loaded, whatever. What does it tell you about him that in those moments he's so calm and able to make plays?
Yeah, we knew this from the last few years. Defensively, he's an above-average defender. Obviously playing different positions now. He's playing second, he's playing third. But the internal clock is real. The understanding of what he needs to do in those situations defensively, he knows, and little by little, he's feeling more comfortable at second base. So it's been fun to watch.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Will.
That was Alex Cora with the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming. You can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI and make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealers at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Christian Arcan. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Still to come, we got your Subaru of New England scoreboard. We got your New England Chevy dealers question of the day, and we will have our Interlock Metal Roofing lock of the game. That's coming up next on the Mass Mutual pregame show.
Summer isn't just a season, it's a feeling. Riding a roller coaster with a breathtaking view. Parasailing high above the Pacific Ocean. And of course, driving off in a new Lexus during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select performance models now through September 2nd, because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Across the country, everyday Americans are standing up to expand freedom and opportunity, not just for themselves, but for their neighbors and communities. They're small business owners, parents, farmers, and local leaders, people who are pushing back against government overreach and showing what's possible when liberty is protected and individuals get involved. I'm David Fromm, host of the American Potential podcast, where we bring these stories to life. We don't just talk about policy solutions. Each week, we share the impact of how these solutions benefit everyday Americans. Because behind every issue is an individual, a family, or a community that's been impacted, reminding us that policy becomes personal. So whether you're passionate about keeping more of your hard-earned money, expanding school choice, or cutting red tape, you'll hear from the people making a difference as they share their stories. Listen now to American Potential on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. Red Sox and the Phillies, game 2 of 3 from Philadelphia. Richard Fitz and Christopher Sanchez will be your starting pitchers. It's time now for a Subaru of New England scoreboard update. Make this summer a Subaru summer and a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealers at SubaruofNewEngland.com. No games in progress yet. It's rare. Usually we got something going on in the afternoon, but a lot of 6:40 starts, including Baltimore and Cleveland, who will be getting underway with Brandon Young and Joey Cantillo. Casey Mize and Mitch Keller will be the starters for the Tigers and the Pirates, who get started at 6:40. Another 6:40 start time in Miami for the Padres and the Marlins. Stephen Kolek and Edward Cabrera, your starters there. 6:45 start time in D.C. for the Reds and the Nationals. The Rays will host the White Sox at 7:05. Davis Martin and Drew Rasmussen will be your starters there. The Toronto Blue Jays and the New York Yankees, numbers 1 and 2 respectively, in the AL East standings will get underway at 7:07 from Toronto. Cam Schlittler and Max Scherzer will be your starting pitchers. That's a mouthful right there. The New York Mets and the L.A. Angels of Anaheim will get started at 7:10 from Citi Field. Kyle Hendricks, Frankie Montas are your starters. Braves will host the Giants at 7:15. An 8:05 start time at Wrigley Field between the Cubs and the Royals. Rich Hill and Matthew Boyd will be the starters there. Rich Hill back in the majors. JT Ginn and Jacob deGrom will be the starting pitchers at 8:05 for the A's and the Rangers. An 8:40 start time out in Denver for the Rockies and the Cardinals. At 9:40, the D-backs will host the Houston Astros. Another 9:40 start time between the two hottest teams in the league. The Milwaukee Brewers have won 11 straight. They're much, much harder than the Seattle Mariners, though the Mariners are playing very well. They've won 4 in a row. One of those 2 win streaks will be snapped tonight at 9:40 as Jacob Mizorowski and Logan Gilbert will be your starters there. And the last game on the docket tonight, a 10:10 start time in L.A. between the Dodgers and the Minnesota Twins. Every game we have the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. Here's your question, which you can go on Twitter at SoxBooth and vote on yourself. What position is the biggest need for the Red Sox at the trade deadline? Your options are starting pitcher, relief pitcher, first baseman, or other. And not that you would be surprised to hear this, but starting pitcher is off to a big lead, 66% of the vote. You can go and vote now. There's about 2 hours and 23 minutes left, and the guys will be discussing this during the broadcast. And now here's the lock of the game presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Joe Braverman, as you know, going into the break, had a little hot streak going. Going to try and keep it going here tonight. And here's what I'm thinking. Good pitching matchup here. I think Fitz is going to do well. I know Sanchez is a very, very tough lefty and that they do well playing for him at home. So I'm going to go with the under in the total tonight. And that would be under 8.5. Not a ton of juice to it, but that's just how I'm feeling. Red Sox offense in a bit of a slump. I think they can win this game, but I think it's going to have to be low scoring, and so that's what I'm taking. Under 8.5 for my lock of the night. I'm Christian Arcand. This has been the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Don't move a muscle. First pitch is coming your way next, right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Protect your home with exterior portfolio vinyl siding from Riverhead Building Supply. Enjoy coastal warmth and enduring durability with Portsmouth shake and shingle siding. Use Riverhead Building Supply's visualizer tool to select the exterior portfolio siding style and color for your home. Try it today at rbscorp.com.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Coleman,
It's electric.
Your family's tripping. Kid puts a Pop-Tart in the toaster, he's tripping. Daughter turns on the hairdryer, she's tripping. You iron your pants, and you're tripping. Your entire family is tripping circuit breakers all over the house. Well, call Common Electric. Common believes no one should walk around with a raw Pop-Tart, wet hair, and wrinkled pants. You've got an unsafe case of circuit overload, and Common Electric will solve it. Like the outlet in your bedroom, it was wired back in '62 for an alarm clock and a lamp. But now it looks like you're running a power strip club. That's because today we plug in everything, even our car. Invite the electricians at Common Electric over and we'll figure it out. Maybe upgrade your panel from a 100 to 200 amps, run new wiring, or whatever it takes to get all your circuits safe and up to snuff. Bottom line, just because they call them circuit breakers doesn't mean they're supposed to keep breaking. So if you are maxed out and tripping, call Common Electric and we'll make the tripping no time. See what I did there? Kuhlman. Coleman.
It's electric.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking? I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you.
Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. This is... Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win. Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Nomo's pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist.
They just yelled. Belichick and A-Rod are having words, and now they're in a fight.
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Mike Monaco.
From the city of brotherly love, Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, tonight we welcome you to the middle game of a three-game series between the Boston Red Sox and the Philadelphia Phillies. Last night, the Red Sox looking to bounce back after one of the more bizarre endings, literally, in the modern history of Major League Baseball. Catcher's interference in the bottom of the 10th inning that scored an automatic runner, cost the Red Sox a chance to really take advantage of a good approach against Zach Wheeler in the opener against this really good Philadelphia club. Tonight, they've got their work cut out again because Richard Fitz takes the ball for the first time in 17 days in a Red Sox uniform. And on the other side, really one of the great pitchers in baseball, Christopher Sanchez. Jarren Duran right now is on the Philly Fanatics ATV. He's getting chased off on the third base side. How badly I wanted him to just take off right there and take that baby for a spin. Duran is not in the order today. The Red Sox will load up with the right-handers against Sanchez, who is deadly against lefties. Will Fleming, Mike Monaco here at Citizens Bank Ballpark. I give Duran credit. That's good to have a good time with the best mascot in sports. No offense to Wally, the Fanatic is in his own class. As the Red Sox, Mike, it's not that they need to bounce back after that bizarre finish last night, but here they are in the middle, really almost exactly the middle part of this stretch of Cubs, Phillies, and Dodgers. And on paper, the Phillies do have a pitching edge this evening. Should be a good test for the Sox.
On paper, they absolutely do, like they did yesterday. And you said it was a really good approach against Zach Wheeler. Alex Cora talked about how Wheeler didn't have his sinker command in particular, so the Red Sox did a very good job of laying off of that pitch. About as good of a result as you could hope for in 6 innings against Wheeler. Get him out of the game at that point. They're going to need to do something similar today. It's a very different strategy against Sanchez, who's a long, levered left-hander with a devastating changeup, one of the best in the entire sport, and certainly among starting pitchers. But yeah, work cut out for him. We've been talking about it for 5 days in a row now, playing great National League opponents and facing good pitchers.
Duran and Marcelo Meyer and Greg Weissert are all grinning out at the Fanatic, who takes a spin in front of their dugout. I mean, this group, this Red Sox team, which went into the break winning 10 straight, they're loose, they're playing it easy, they know they've got the work cut out. But I think they've got the perfect mindset for a tough customer in Sanchez tonight. We'll get you the lineups and set the scene, but first, the National Anthem brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers, helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one. Now, just a little different tonight, a little extra flourish before the anthem, because for my money, I'm all over. The Fanatic is the best mascot. Dan Baker is just a tremendous public address announcer. He's in front of his podium, behind home plate, and just listen to the passion with which he introduces tonight's Star-Spangled Banner.
You're invited to join Philadelphia vocalist Erin Jolly as she sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Red Sox and the Phillies Jose David Flores is out exchanging the lineup cards for the Sox, looking to get it going against Sanchez, one of the best left-handers in all of baseball. And that is, and always has been, a hallmark of Dave Dombrowski clubs. I mean, they don't have one ace. They really have three and maybe four here in Philadelphia. The offense, Mike, has been stuck a little bit in neutral for these Phillies, but they are just built over and over again for deep postseason runs.
Yeah, you look at the offense, 11th in baseball in runs per game coming into this series, but you go from Wheeler to Sanchez. Sanchez, a guy, we'll get into this, should have been an all-star. Wheeler, a guy who is an all-star, and then a super talented lefty going tomorrow in Jesus Luzardo. So you said it, the Red Sox yet again have their work cut out for them. Let's get you tonight's Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And let's meet tonight's players. For the Phillies, led by Rob Thompson, Trey Turner leads off at shortstop. Old friend Kyle Schwarber DHs and bats second. Two-time MVP Bryce Harper bats third and mans first. Nick Castellanos is the right fielder in the cleanup spot. Athletic catcher JT Real Muto bats fifth. Brandon Marsh, long hair and all, bats sixth and plays center. Third baseman Otto Kemp is the rookie in the seventh spot. Former Twin Max Kepler bats eighth and plays left. And Bryson Stott is the left-hand hitting second baseman in the ninth spot. With Sanchez on the bump for the Phillies, owner of a 2.50 ERA in 115 innings this year, the 28-year-old from the Dominican will face this lineup for Alex Cora and the Red Sox in Game 2 of this series. Against the left-handed starter, no Jaron Duran in there, and no Wilyer Abreu either. Rob Refsnyder leads off in left. Roman Anthony bats second and right. Alex Bregman bats third and plays third. Romy Gonzalez is the cleanup man at second, with Trevor Story batting fifth and playing short. Masataka Yoshida DHs in the sixth spot, with Cedano Rafaela in center batting seventh. Carlos Narvaez in the middle of the end to that game yesterday. He catches and bats eighth, with Abraham Toro, the switch hitter, playing first and batting ninth. Richard Fitz is on the mound for the Red Sox, making his ninth start of this season, and he's got the baseball. Fastball has averaged 96 miles an hour for Fitz, and tonight's Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. And Fitz, as Will told you, well rested. So let's see what he can offer today, and also keep an eye on how aggressive Alex Cora is with the bullpen. That's something he mentioned pregame, that there are some arms in this bullpen that have not thrown a lot since the All-Star break, so I think they're going to be even more aggressive going from Fitz to the pen. Christopher Sanchez leads out the Phillies to take the field. He's reaching down at the rosin bag in the white pinstripes with the red cap, and we are getting set for baseball. Defense behind Sanchez looks like this. Left to right, it's Kepler, Marsh, and Castellanos around the infield for Philly. Kemp, Turner, Stott, and Harper third to first, and Real Muto does the catching. That's the Baldwin Group defensive alignment. We look at who's protecting tonight's starter. Brought to you by the Baldwin Group. Insurance, employee benefits, and wealth management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Nice night for a ball game. A light breeze rippling through right to left here at Citizens Bank Park as the Red Sox try to even up this series. Second series on this National League leading road trip for the Red Sox. Of course, dropped 2 of 3 in Chicago, and then the 3-2 loss in 10 innings in walk-off fashion with that catcher's interference last night in the opener. So the Sox at 54 and 48, hanging on to that third wild card spot. Third in the AL East, 6 games behind the Blue Jays and 2 games behind the Yankees. And going to try to solve Sanchez today. This is a guy at 6'6" who gets among the most ground balls in the sport. It's a fastball that he can really run up there himself. Sits 95, 96 with his fastball, but as we mentioned, an absolutely devastating changeup from Christopher Sanchez. He's ready to go. He's got the baseball in his mitt, strolling behind the mound, and Rob Refsnyder will lead things off for the Red Sox. Alex Cora loads it up. Refsnyder in the leadoff spot. Romy Gonzalez, the lefty killer, of course, in the cleanup spot against Sanchez. He's ready to go. Climbs atop the mound with the baseball in his bare left hand. And at the microphone for the play-by-play, the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming.
Awesome to be with you, Mike, once again. Red Sox and the Phillies. This guy truly has emerged as one of the elite left-handers in all of baseball. He's got Ref Snyder in the right-handed batter's box. Tall drink of water into the wine. He throws, and Rob grounds one to second. Bryson Stott's got it. He throws to first, and on one pitch, run away. 6:48 p.m. A little bit tardy here tonight. 79 degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Hatfield. Better care, better port. Just Anthony and Yoshida, the only two left-handers in there, and you can understand why. This guy is almost impossible to hit for left-handers. But Roman roped a double down the right field line last night. Here he is with one down in the first. He takes a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. As Mike told you, ground ball machine does not really walk many. Sanchez been totally elite this year. 0-1 to Anthony. The pitch. That's a little bit outside, but called a strike. He's around the zone is Sanchez, and he's ahead of Anthony. 0-2. Sinker, change up, slider. This guy, by a lot of metrics, is in the top 5 of all pitchers in baseball. Value added to this club. 0-2. Pitch. Anthony checks his swing on a breaking ball. That one missed outside. And it's 1-2. They had Edwin Jimenez behind home plate on the sheet. That is not him. We'll wait and see who actually is the home plate umpire tonight. 1-2 to Anthony. Pitch is a check swing again. They appeal, and no swing, according to the third base umpire Quinn Walcott. Maybe that is Edwin behind the dish. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just underway in Philly. It's muggy, it's hot, it's cloudy. Bregman out on deck. 2-2 pitch. Outside. Good. Really good take there on a changeup. And it is 3-2 Phillies, and Dave Dombrowski. It's just a pure class organization. He wasn't an all-star, Sanchez, which was just laughable given the first half that he had. They exercised his $50,000 all-star bonus anyway. Pitch to Roman, swung on and missed. Sinking fastball. And they're 2 away. Baseball called the Phillies and asked about his availability as a replacement all-star. He didn't go to the game, but Dave D just runs a top-notch organization here.
That's how you do it. Sanchez was throwing Sunday, final day before the All-Star break, so wasn't necessarily lined up to give them an inning on Tuesday, and that's typically the bar Major League Baseball looks for with replacements.
Here's about the best chance the Red Sox against Sanchez, who Alex Bregman takes the fastball at the bottom of the zone. 97, and it's 0-1. Alex has the best on-base percentage against lefties in the sport. 492. That is just outrageous. 0-1, 2 down, bases empty. The pitch inside. Change up. And it is 1-1. Alex overall 292. 12 homers, 38 driven in. They play him just about straight up defensively. 1-1. Sanchez throws. Bregman fouls it off on the first base side. He'll be upset with himself there. That is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball on the inner half, sort of belt high. And this guy in baseball, second highest ground ball rate in the National League, second fewest home runs allowed per 9 innings. He's been awesome. 1-2 to Bregman. Pitch. Swinging a ground ball, softly hit up the middle. Could be a hit. Backhanded by Stott. He throws to first in time, and Bregman continues to not move well at all down the lines. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Sanchez, who's sort of grimacing coming off the mound. Red Sox retired in order. Richard Fitz has got his work cut out when we return. No score after half an inning in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number.
At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
The march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Richard Fitz is on the mound for the Red Sox. They'll see Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper in the Herb Chambers batting order, which is brought to you by Herb Chambers Vespa Boston. I'd like to see the Philly fanatic on a Vespa. Turner, right-handed hitter, with Richard Fitz pitching for the first time since July the 7th. Ninth start, 1-3 with a 4.28 ERA. Into the wind he goes. Pitch to Turner is a strike. Fastball. Center cut. And it is 0-1. 96, that's always encouraging for Richard. When he's in the upper 90s, he is often dominant on the mound. 0-1. Pitch. A little bit outside. Slider. And it's 1-1. Of course, all the conversation was about the bizarre catcher's interference to end the game last night. By the letter of the law, the umpiring crew did get it right. You don't have to make a full swing for it to be called, but I do think that probably should change. Just not the spirit of the rule. 1-1. Ground ball up the middle into center field, a base hit. So Turner is aboard to lead off the bottom of the first.
I agree with you. I mean, Carlos Narvaez talked about it after the game, and he said it was so late. And not even a full swing, like you said, an attempted swing. He said, I had the ball, then I felt the contact. And it does feel like something that should maybe get looked at moving forward.
Last time out, Richard earned his first career win on July 7th. It's just been totally snake-bitten. Alex Cora was interesting on catcher's interference before the game. Look out below. Here's Kyle Schwarber, who takes strike off the outside corner, but called one, and it's 0-1. I don't know what it is. Probably the many memories of this man hitting so many homers for the Red Sox, but he is about the most terrifying guy in the sport to me. You just hold your breath every time he's up there. 0-1, the pitch, foul from the third base side. Upper deck, and it's 0-2.
Part of it is the stance, too. Like, he is unbothered with his stance, and it looks like the bat is so tiny in his hands. Final year of a 4-year, $79 million deal. Alex Cora said pregame, I am very intrigued to see what happens in free agency.
So am I. He was such a perfect fit in Boston. 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him nasty from Fitz. Really good slider. And there's one down. I had a couple chats with Dave Dombrowski, who actually just came into our booth before the bottom of the first. He really is one of my all-time favorites in the game. And I did wink at him in the hallway and say, can you just please take it easy on the negotiations with Schwarber and let him come home to Waltham?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Here's Bryce Harper, who doubled twice last night. 1 on, 1 out, bottom one, the pitch. High pop-up foul. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, $50. Donated to the Jimmy Fund, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. I think there will be a massive bidding war for Schwarber, and there should be. 0-1. Fitz on a swivel. Looks to first. Turner's got a big lead. He's not going. The pitch low. With the power that Harper's got and Castellanos on deck, I mean, Turner, he's got 25 steals, but this is sort of what it was like with Duran on base in front of Devers. You do not want to make outs with Harper at the plate. First base is scoring position with this hitter. 1-1. Fitz spins and throws to first, but Turner dives back in. He's got the sliding mitt on his left hand, does Turner. In fact, he might have him on both hands. That's the first time I've ever seen that. 1-1. Harper's got the Philly fanatic green elbow guard on. The pitch, swing, and a foul. Actually, maybe not even a foul ball. It was dropped by Carlos Narvaez. He's had some issues here. I wonder whether it's the trees, the batter's eye, the mugginess, whatever. Narvaez has not caught it clean in this series.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because it is like an ivy-colored batter's eye here with, what, dozen trees out there. It's a different look, but he's had a few pop out of his mitt.
1-2. One out. The pitch is a little high with a fastball. Harper is just an all-time great. There's no other way to say it. This year, 13 homers, 41 driven in another shortened season by injury. Pitch is low. I was talking to Walker Buehler after the game last night, and he said by far Harper is the hardest out in their lineup. That you just do things that he's thinking along with and ahead of you, and that sequences that normally get other hitters out just don't work with this guy.
Loved how Cora described it to you pregame. Sometimes he's patient, sometimes he's really aggressive in the box.
3-2. See if Turner runs. He does. The pitch is swung on and grounded into right field. That's a base hit. Anthony plays it off the turf. Turner spins over to third. He was aggressive there, and the Phillies have him at the corners with one down in the first.
3-2 slider left high enough above the knees for Bryce Harper to do damage with that. Not a super sharp slider at that for Richard Fitz. We've seen a couple of those. Even the one he struck out Schwarber on, it wasn't tight with a lot of bite to it. So now all of a sudden the Phillies have him at the corners.
I mean, I think in some ways Fitz is probably lucky that thing was not launched. Two-time MVP did not miss that hanger. Now big spot, Castellanos. Right-handed hitter. The pitch is just outside. Close with a slider, but 1-0. Castellanos 12 homers, 53 driven in. Just a star-laden lineup. Built by Dave Dombrowski here, 1-0. Richard Fitz throws. Castellanos swings and misses. That was one of the great sliders he's thrown tonight. And it is 1-1. 6 strikeouts, 3 runs over 5 2/3 last time for Richard. He has allowed 7 homers in 33 2/3. That's way, way too many. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Great slider. And it's 1-2. You figure after those 2 swings, why would he see anything other than that here? Maybe an elevated fastball, but he's fooled by the spin.
Yeah, those were really good. Pair of them after. Had said a couple ones that were flat, one to Schwarber and one to Harper that led to that 1-out single for Bryce Harper.
What a huge hitter this is early in the game, especially with Sanchez on the other side. Muto's out on deck. 1-2. Fitz from the belt. Delivers. Harper runs. The pitch is popped up down the right field line. Coming on is Roman Anthony. He will not get there. It is foul and out of play. Now, the Phillies certainly have Fitz figured out on the mound. They're getting great jumps off of him. Harper this year does have 9 steals. Rookie of the year, 2 times the MVP. 4 times the Silver Slugger, Bryce Harper. He's only played in 72 games this year, but just damage up and down. 1-2 to Castellanos. You'd love a 2-hopper to Trevor's Story right here. Fitz is ready. Harper runs again. The pitch is looped into shallow center field. On comes Cedon, but it's down for a hit. Off the end of the bat, and the Phillies lead it 1-0. He has just not executed Fitz in 2 strike counts. That's a pretty good piece of hitting by Castellanos, but after some of those swings at breaking pitches, Fitz did not bury that one enough, and Philadelphia jumps ahead
He had started the at-bat with 3 straight sliders, in particular, a few of those out of the zone. And then the fastball that was fouled off into right, it was up and in. So it set up perfectly then coming off of that with a slider down and away. But in a count like that, 1-2, just bury it. That was in the zone.
Way too much of the plate. So now trying to stem the tide as Real Muto stands in. The pitch is fouled off. Sinking fastball beneath the zone. And it is 0-1. So frustrating for the Red Sox on the heels of that loss last night. Right behind the 8 ball again here. 0-1 to Real Muto. Pitch way outside. High fastball. Something we have not seen as much in this great stretch for Red Sox starting pitchers. 2-strike spin that misses. That was one of the stories of the first couple months of the season. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Inside with a fastball. I mean, we heard Crochet talk about it, Lucas Giolito too. These extra days off, more rest, sometimes that can hurt a pitcher. You don't feel that same sharpness taking the mound. 2-1. 1-0 Phillies in the first. Pitch is a chopper foul outside of third. Bregman gave it a look. We take 10 seconds. Station ID on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Mike Monaco in Philly. 1-0. Phillies do lead. Still a huge spot early in the game for Richard Fitz. First and third, only 1 out.
21 pitches already.
At the belt. Runner goes again at first. 2-2's outside. Narvaez's throw, not in time. Beautiful pick there by Romy Gonzalez. I mean, it's a track meet against Richard Fitz right now. He is not controlling the running game at all. Castellanos, that's his 4th steal of the year, and he had it by plenty.
That was not close, and that is a huge pick. You said it, from Romy Gonzalez, a throw that was tailing to the right side of the second base bag, and Romy picked it on a hop coming in. That was not easy.
Definitely saved the run. So now Harper at third, Castellanos at second. 3-2, another deep count. Here it is. And that is strike 3 called. Bottom of the zone. Really good slider, and they're 2 away. Wow.
Enormous. Needed that pitch and needed that out. With this inning starting to snowball a little bit, Fitz comes back with a really good slider, drops it in at the bottom of the zone. Real Muto thinking something else there for sure. Big out number 2.
Yeah, you knew it. Got to get through the jam right here. Marsh, long-haired lefty, takes a strike. Bottom of the zone. Curveball there from Fitz, and it's 0-1. Toro at first. Romy, as you now know, at second, with Story at short and Bregman in at third. Runner comes home, throw, tag, he is! They're going to call it a balk, I think. What in the world did Fitz balk coming home there? The home plate umpire, Edwin Jimenez, points to the mound and then to the plate, saying the runner's safe. Alex Cora comes out of the dugout, and he wants him to talk it over. Because I think he thinks Jimenez missed it, and if so, then you can initiate a crew chief review, because I think he was out at the plate on the tag.
Harper took off, super aggressive coming from third. He just kept building steam down the line and then took off. Alex Cora is having his bench get on the horn right now with Mike Brenly while he's out on the field. He knew it right away. He motioned his hands together. He thinks Fitz was well within the bounds of what he did out of the windup and then just quickened his pace. That was totally clean.
You know, the only thing I can think of, Mike, is that as a pitcher, you do have to declare whether you're going to go out of the windup or not. I thought Harper was out. It's really dicey of Fitz to be in the windup with a runner like that at third base. And now Alex Cora is not getting the explanation that he wants. There's no way that Narvaez blocked the plate there. I just have no idea what they saw there. That's crazy. Trying to read the lips of the umpires here.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything on Narvaez. Rule is a catcher cannot block the path of a runner attempting to score unless they're in possession of the ball. He wasn't in possession of the ball, but he was not blocking the path of the runner. Narvaez, I thought, put his left knee down to the right of home plate. I thought that was totally clean from Narvaez.
Well, now he is sort of satisfied with the explanation. And maybe it is on Narvaez for blocking the plate, which, by the way, by the end of it, I thought he did clear out sort of to the first base side to give him a path. Now they're talking to Richard Fitz as well.
For the catcher stepping on home plate during the pitch. This is a rules check with New York.
Are you kidding me? 2 nights in a row, catcher's interference. They're saying he stepped on the plate before the pitch, and he didn't. We just saw the replay, Mike. He did not step on the plate. I think Harper's going to be out. That is the letter of the law. If at any point during a pitch the catcher steps on the plate, it is catcher's interference. I really, Mike, do not think he did that. He slid across the plate with the left foot. I think this thing's going to be overturned.
It's exactly what I said. Narvaez, I thought, went out of his way to make sure that he was not blocking home plate. I thought it was totally clean watching it in the moment.
You can't have catcher's interference 2 nights in a row, can you? And what a huge swing call this is. It's either inning over. Here we go.
The ruling on the field is correct. The runner from third will score. The runner from second is awarded third, and the batter is awarded first base.
It's not correct. I'm sorry. It's not. There's no way they have enough to confirm that Alex Cora may get run right here. I mean, they've just looked at the video in the same way that we have. Unless I get another look, Mike, where maybe the right toe touched the bag. I thought the left foot absolutely stayed behind home plate there. Crazy. Are you kidding me? In the last 2 innings, 2 times catcher's interference. That is a garbage call in my mind. It really is. I think the toe is off the plate. And I think Edwin Jimenez is just creating something right there. I really do.
I don't know what Carlos Narvaez can do differently in that spot. Andrew Bailey's going to jog out for a visit here. The catcher has to be entitled to catch the baseball as well. And so this is the letter of the law. Blocking the path of the runner in a legitimate attempt to receive a throw is not considered a violation. The catcher has rights as well. His left foot is on the side of home plate. Maybe his toe is on the plate, but it does not impede the progress at all of Bryce Harper.
Now, there are 2 separate things at work here at one time. One is what you're talking about, which I think is a rule that does need amending because it just takes too much for catchers to make these plays at home plate. And you're right that a throw can bring you into the lane. Now, the catcher's interference part of it nullifies all of that. In other words, this is not to do with whether or not he gave him a lane. They are ruling that he absolutely stepped on the plate, and I just don't think there's clear evidence of that at all.
I don't either. I don't either
Plus,
at all.
he's stealing home. What are you supposed to do? Just stand behind the plate and wait? 2 nights in a row, 2 innings in a row. Catcher's interference, 2-0 Phillies. Fitz has got to settle down here. Otto Kemp, the batter. Skies one into right field, hit very well. Roman Anthony onto the warning track is there to make the play, and the inning is over. Baseball does it over and over again. See something every night. 2-0 Phils after an inning. From the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple sunshine. Give me a do.
Do the do.
Get can't-miss savings for the road ahead during Mazda's More to Move You sales event at Ira Mazda. Nothing says summer like cruising in the 2025 Mazda CX-5 2.5 S Select. Now available to lease for just $239 a month for 33 months with $47.39 due at signing. Or turn up the volume on value and lease the 2025 Mazda CX-90 PHV. Preferred for $189 a month for 24 months or finance for as low as 1.9% APR for 60 months. Claim your summer savings in person or online at iramazda.com. New England drives Ira. Offers expire 7/31/2025. See dealer for complete details.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What a bizarre couple of innings we've had in a row in Philly. 2 nights, 2 catcher's interferences. That is the 8th of the season for the Red Sox, most in baseball. And again, I think it's just 2 nights in a row where even if it's the exact letter of the law, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense as Romy Gonzalez, right-handed hitter, digs in. Pitch is swung on and fouled. I do think some of the onus on that play goes to Fitz for going out of the windup to make it so easy for Harper to get a great break. He had a very hard time, Fitz did, controlling the runners. 0-1 to Romy is a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-2. But like last night, the ball is in the mitt of the catcher. It's like a half-check swing that results in interference. And this one was even weirder in some ways. 0-2 is swung on a miss. He got him. That's that great changeup. Romy is gone, 1 away.
Well, it's just beyond frustrating. Last night, Edmundo Sosa is not really trying to swing. He didn't even swing. And you get catcher's interference called that ends the game. Would have been an uphill climb anyway for Jordan Hicks in that inning. And then Bryce Harper, man, he got a great jump. And they were running wild on Richard Fitz. And yet still, I don't know what Carlos Narvaez can do much differently there.
Here's Story. Pitch to him, misses inside. I mean, I still, Mike, have not seen a replay that proves that he actually stepped on the plate. I have not. 1-0 to Story. Red Sox need to bounce back here. The pitch is strike. Inside corner, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. And it is 1-1. Nothing. Phillies, 1 down, top 2. Pitch is another strike. Inside corner. Such a weird couple days for the Red Sox here in Philly. Story 252 with 15 homers behind 1-2 here. Sanchez. Into the wind, the pitch. Trevor checks his swing. On a breaking ball down, and actually a changeup. And it is 2-2. Shaws and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most. Boneless chicken, 2-liter Coke, avocado snacks, and much more. Newer, lower price tags, aisle after aisle. The 2-2s. Ori swings and misses. That's that great changeup. And he is gone. I think that's an element of frustration for the Red Sox is that, you know, the margin is so small with a pitcher like Sanchez on the mound. Alex Cora and Ramon Vasquez still discussing things. Again, I don't think the replay proved that he stepped on the plate. I don't. 2 down to Massa. Pitch. Chopper foul off his front foot. And it is 0-1. Cedon is on deck. He's the 7th batter of the game, sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. Austin's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Hurt in a car work accident. Get Glassman, 617 and 7 sevens. 0-1. Sanchez so tough on lefties throws, and Massa hits a chopper to second. Stott waits back, plays the third hop. He's there to make the grab and throw to first, inning over. 6 up, 6 down for the Red Sox. 2-0 Phillies, bottom 2 next in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn the back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
We're right back to the Sox on Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We go to the bottom of the second inning. Red Sox trying to move past things, turn the page on just insanity here in Philadelphia. Now, the one thing I would like to see one more time, they didn't really slow it down. Did Bryce Harper beat the tag anyway? They never really focused on that part of it, but that's not what the call was. They said it was interference, which I don't think it was. Here now is Max Kepler. The pitch to him is down and in. And, you know, maybe the foot beat the tag. That's possible. But even still, then review it and overturn it on those grounds. Not interference. 1-0. Driven high and deep into right field. This thing's smoked way back, and it is gone. Max Kepler homers, and it's 3-0 Phillies.
Absolutely pounded. 108 off the bat. Slider that was down in the zone, maybe even a little bit below the zone, but you said it, Richard Fitz has given up his share of home runs this year, and that is a bomb right there.
Not exactly the response the Red Sox were hoping for after the weirdness of that opening inning. Kepler's 11th home run. And this thing's starting to spiral a little bit. Here now Stott, who takes a fastball in there for strike one. Subaru New England scoreboard, make it a Subaru summer with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Ground ball foul outside of first. Blue Jays just keep winning, especially at home. Sox and Yankees both looking up at the Jays in the AL East. 4-game lead over the Yanks. Sox 2 games further back as Fitz throws another strike, and it's 0-2. These two are hooked up in Toronto, Jays and Yanks. 3-0 New York in the first. 0-2. Swing and a foul out of the mitt of Narvaez. Remains 0-2. Rays hosting the White Sox, scoreless in the second. Mitch Keller, who's in a lot of trade rumors, on the mound for the Pirates tonight. Hosting the Tigers, they lead 2-0. 0-2. High drive into left center field, and on the run to his left, Refsnetter's there, able to make the play. Nicely done. There's one down for Trey Turner. Turner singled and scored his first time. Phillies 2 in. A couple stolen bases in the opening inning. Here is Turner. A pitch. Misses inside. Fastball. And it is 1-0. 3-zip Phils. Pitch. Outside. Slider from Fitz. Trey Turner, 5 extra base hits short of 500 for his career. He's got the most hits in the National League, 115. 2-0 is Sky deep into right field. Anthony, though, has room on the dirt track just in front of the wall to make the play. And they're 2 down. Nine days from the trade deadline, the Red Sox so linked to so many starting pitchers, including Keller and others. Here's Kyle Schwarber. He takes a ball, a little bit low, slider. And it's 1-0. And if they were to add, you would feel like maybe Fitz would be the most vulnerable guy in the current rotation.
Especially with the way Buehler's gone the last few.
Fantastic. 1-0 is a broken bat liner foul on the right field line and out of play. And it's 1-1.
That was super encouraging for Walker Buehler yesterday. Lasted longer and in some ways performed better than Zach Wheeler. Talked about after his outing, the work he did going to a lab like everyone does nowadays in Atlanta, trying to tweak some things and feels like he's on the right path. Wasn't ready to declare that he's back, given all the struggles this year, but it looked really good yesterday against a great lineup.
Did you go to a lab over the All-Star break?
I was not at Driveline.
Could use a little broadcast tweak here and there. Here's the 1-1. A little bit outside. Slider.
Yeah, we need all the dirt on catcher's interference. 10th inning on Monday, first inning on Tuesday.
Impossible.
I'm so deep in the rule book right now trying to get to the bottom of this.
Again, I think he might have been safe on the slide anyway, but that's not what they called. 2-1 to Schwarber. 3-0 Phillies. Pitch is low. And we talked about it last night. I think the rule should be modified that if it's not ruled a full swing, it's not catcher's interference. If you willfully stop your swing, that should be changed. And here, again, what is Narvaez supposed to do? 3-1. High drive deep into right center field. Rafael races back onto the track. At the wall, it is gone. A shore bomb, and it's 4-0 Phillies.
Well, that was just a matter of time in this series that Kyle Schwarber was going to have his fingerprints on this. 410 feet to the right of straightaway center for yet another for Kyle Schwarber. He's got 33 now this season. It has just been a fantastic season for him.
Well, I mean, that's also just a hanging slider in the middle of the plate. Fitz has made some mistakes and paid the price in this one. Does Bryce Harper really walk up to "Ain't No Mountain High Enough"? There is a real bond between these players and these fans in Philly as Harper swings and misses. He's probably ticked off because the catcher's interference call robs him of a steal of home. It was a great heads-up play by him. 0-1. The pitch is up and away. I mean, it just feels like right now, this ballpark, this lineup, the floodgates are sort of open.
Ain't No Mountain High Enough, 1966. It's Y2K night. Come on, what are we doing?
1-1. High fly foul on the third base side. Yeah, they pretended that the video board was failing before the game.
Remember how terrified we all were on Christmas Eve?
Nothing will work. Get all your cash out of the bank. 1-2.
New Year's Eve.
To Harper. High fastball. And it's 2-2. The Hot 100 singles, the year 2000. Breathe from Faith Hill, number 1. Come on. 2-2 to Harper. Pitch. Where did that miss? Little bit low, maybe with a curveball. Smooth Santana and Rob Thomas. How about Santana? He had that duet album. He had 2 of the top 3 that year, 2000. 3-2. The pitch is grounded to second. Romy to his left. Hip high glove and a flip to first. In time, inning over, but 2 homers for the Phillies. And after 2, they lead the Red Sox 4-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Thousands of ways to win, millions in prizes, only during Summerfest at Foxwoods. Soak up summer's best vibes with unbeatable entertainment and resort-wide excitement. Wave day parties every Sunday, $100,000 slot tournaments, bingo unleashed. Step right up to the bold and unforgettable Cocktail Carnival. Plus, dine at restaurants and relax in hotel rooms. It all leads to the $250,000 winner-takes-all giveaway. This is how we resort.
Take Boston sports with you.
Ruling in the first inning. It is both a balk and catcher's interference on the same play. And the letter of the rule says the following. If, with a runner on third base trying to score by a squeeze play or a steal, the catcher or any other fielder steps on or in front of home base without possession of the ball or touches the batter or his bat, the pitcher charged with the balk, batter awarded first base. I don't think he did either of those things. Here's Cedon, 4-0 Phillies, and here's Mike.
Totally agree. First pitch from Sanchez, down and in, ball 1 to Cedon.
I mean, that's not the story of this game, right? I mean, Fitz has made mistakes. That was sort of on him, the track meet in that first inning, but I do think they got that one play wrong. I do.
And then 2 home runs in the second. The 1-0. Rafaela takes outside 2-0. Yeah, again, just to go back, Rule 601G, the catcher or any other fielder steps on or in front of home base without possession of the ball. Well, I think the only time he made contact with home plate, he had possession of the ball.
Correct.
2-0 is just outside. 3-0 on Cedon. 7, 8, and 9 for the Red Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Ford of Braintree and Westboro. Sox don't have a hit through 2 against Christopher Sanchez, and they're down 4-0. 3-0. Rafaela takes a strike at the bottom of the zone with Cedon hitting .270 with 14 home runs and 48 driven in. Yeah, it's not going to change everything. Bryce Harper, in any event, might have been safe even if that weren't called. The balk and catcher's interference. 3-1. Rafaela swings and rolls it to short. Trey Turner handles the high hop, slings in time to retire Rafaela, and it's 7 up, 7 down for Christopher Sanchez against the Sox. Well, frustrating nonetheless. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up.
Now, would they think that the right foot of Carlos Narvaez, which went into the left-handed batter's box, classifies as going in front of the plate? I don't think so.
Here is Carlos. First pitch is a strike inside part of the plate.
This is, I mean, it's the best game. It's the most fun. It's got the weirdest rules. You see different stuff. But we've just seen 2 nights in a row. I just don't think the spirit of the rule is applied properly.
Sanchez winds. The lefty's 0-1. Narvaez takes a strike, 0-2.
What is he supposed to do? The guy is trying to steal home. The pitch is coming home, and he's going to give him a lane to slide into.
Right, you have to satisfy all those things, and he did it and still nearly made the play. The 0-2. Narvaez takes in the dirt.
Like, I think actually the only way to give him a sliding lane is to do exactly what he did.
He went to great lengths to keep his left knee out of the way to the right of home plate initially. Sanchez peers in, and the long levered lefty winds and is 1-2. Narvaez swings and misses and strikes out. That's the devastating changeup from Christopher Sanchez, who's fanned 4, and there's 2 outs in the third with the Sox down 4-0.
It may not matter the way this guy's going. It might just take 1 for the Phillies. Also, isn't it weird to you? Why is that also a balk? Because of catcher's interference. That does not make a whole lot of sense.
I don't get it. And now the Red Sox, despite all of that, you can argue whether it's valid or not, they have 8 catcher's interferences this year. Abraham Toro takes the first pitch down, ball 1.
Alex said before the game he thinks baseball might address it because they're worried about sort of some of the safety for umpires and catchers being so much closer to the hitter.
2 outs, base is empty for the Sox, and Sanchez is 1-0. Toro takes a strike, just grabbed the inside part of the plate at 97.
Like, I don't know what that would look like. Maybe there's another line in the catcher's area and you can't reach over it, but that doesn't seem right.
Because if you do look at the numbers, catchers are getting much closer to the batter than they have been. They've been creeping up the last few years. 1-1 is on the inside part of the plate, a strike, 1-2.
And look, we get it. That bizarre injury for Buster Posey at home plate, that prompted the rule change. You got to give a path and all this stuff. I don't really like it.
Red Sox down 4-0 in Philly in the third. 1-2. Toro swings and rolls it past the mound at second. Bryson Stott handles on the run, sidearms to first. And the Red Sox go down 1-2-3 in the third. Don't have a base runner the first time through. Bottom of the third next. Phillies 4, Sox nothing on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
What if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Every business starts with a dream. Sometimes the dream is simple, like expanding from online to brick and mortar. Sometimes the dreams are bigger, like opening 30 locations in the next 30 months. Whatever the dream, our advisors can help you find comprehensive insurance to protect your business, employee benefits to take care of your people, and private client insurance and wealth management for when your dream comes true. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Learn more at baldwin.com.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidmc.org. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, the site for the Red Sox, trailing the Phillies 4-0 as we start the last of the third. And 4, 5, and 6 for Philly on the way in the Herb Chambers batting order, starting with Nick Castellanos against Richard Fitz, who gave up a pair of solo shots in the second. With Will Fleming, Mike Monaco with you, and the Red Sox in trouble after dropping the opener in walk-off fashion in 10 innings last night, and already down by 4 in this one and facing Christopher Sanchez. Righty to righty first pitch, and Fitz misses outside ball 1 with a fastball. Time for the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive, and today's question you can find at Sox Booth on Twitter. The 1-0. Swinging a high fly ball into shallow center. Say down to Rafaela Cosin. He looks up, makes a two-hand catch, and there's one away. Question is, what position is the biggest need for the Red Sox at the trade deadline? Starting pitcher, relief pitcher, or first base? You can also choose other. You could write in. Maybe you want to go catcher with that one, but those are the options. Don't give it away, but you got a gut so far?
I do.
First or starter? All right, it's a good tease. We'll check back. Here's JT Real Muto. He takes a fastball to begin from Richard Fitz, and it just misses ball one. Real Muto struck out looking his first time after he ran it full against Fitz. 1-0 pitch. Real Muto swings and misses. Good slider down and away, and it's 1-1. It's just an odd few games. We'll call it odd. We won't use another word for it. Here at Citizens Bank Park.
I got some hot water for that today.
The 1-1. Swing and a fister foul behind home plate. 1-2. Walk-off catcher's interference yesterday. That was the fourth catcher's interference for Carlos Narvaez. Alex Cora said afterward, that's a rule. They got it right. Jordan Hicks was talking about it. He said it didn't feel anywhere close to a full swing from Edmundo Sosa, which it was not. He said it was a half swing, said it stunk. He didn't get a chance to get out of it. The 1-2. That's up high. 2-2.
I mean, I agree with that, but he also made a mess of the end.
Totally did. Came in immediately with the automatic runner at second. 4-pitch walk. Ball to the backstop. It was going to be an uphill climb for the Red Sox and Hicks. Fitz 2-2. Swing and a tip foul, and Narvaez hangs onto it as Real Muto strikes out. And there's two away with nobody on in the bottom of the third. Our league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Here's Brandon Marsh with the bases empty, and Fitz fires in a fastball to begin for strike one. Red Sox down 4-0 against the Phillies. Got a top 10 pitching staff in baseball by ERA. The 0-1. Swinging a roller foul, first base side, 0-2 on Marsh. He was at the plate. It all happened in the first inning, and Harper got a great jump, like a lot of the Phillies did in that first inning against Fitz. And you said it, that's the other subtext to that whole odd sequence, is that the Phillies were running wild. Fitz 0-2 is up high, 1-2. Harper might have been safe anyway, but in the end, play not without some controversy. And the Red Sox swimming upstream again, down 4-0. 1-2. Marsh swings and misses, and Narvaez hangs on to the tip foul. And Fitz sets him down to 1-2-3 in the last of the third with a couple of Ks. Fourth inning is next in Philly. It's the Phillies 4 and the Sox 0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend. Available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Attorneys have been Boston's go-to injury attorneys for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you've got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. That's 617-777-7777.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Real tough start to this series for the Red Sox and Philly in Game 2 tonight. We go to the 4th inning, and the Phillies lead the Sox 4-0. Top of the Red Sox order coming in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Chevrolet of Danvers. Rob Refsnyder, Roman Anthony, and Alex Bregman against the nasty long-limbed lefty Christopher Sanchez, 28-year-old from the Dominican, making his 20th start of the season. Originally signed by the Rays in 2013. First pitch to Refsnyder is in for strike one.
You know, it just goes to show, when you really think about it, the Rays seem to always win most of these trades, but they traded this dude and Joe Ryan away.
I was going to say, they don't win them all, especially when it comes to pitching. The 0-1. Refsnyder takes outside. They had a crunch on their 40-man roster a few years back. This is before the 2020 season, and they didn't want to put Christopher Sanchez on their 40-man roster, so they traded him for a guy who right now is bouncing around AAA in the majors in Curtis Mead. 1-1's down and in.
It's never easy. I mean, you got to project these kids. He was a very different pitcher than Sanchez, but man alive. Think they'd like to have that one back?
All-star last year, should have been an all-star this year, and would have been if not for the way the schedule broke. The lefties 2-1. Refsnyder swings and hammers one. High and deep to left field. Kepler looks up. It is gone. Rob Refsnyder continues to mash against lefties. And he gets the Red Sox on the board here in the 4th inning with a solo shot to left. It's now 4-1. Well, that's why Rob Refsnyder's in the leadoff spot. It's his 6th home run of the season. A towering fly ball off Sanchez, a guy who is so ground ball heavy that he does not give up many home runs. 410 feet for Refsnyder. And now Roman Anthony. First pitch down for ball one.
He's got so much sneaky power, Rob does. Man, that thing was 15 rows deep into the power alley.
Good answer for the Sox, who didn't have a base runner before that. Comes the 1-0 to Roman. Tried to check his swing, but that's called a strike by the home plate umpire, and it's 1-1. Yeah, you watch Rob Refsnyder in BP, and he can just unload with the best of the Red Sox bats, especially as far as their right-hand hitters go. 1-1. Anthony swings and misses. 1-2.
The last round is must-watch for him. I mean, he just totally goes off.
He's been tremendous for the Red Sox these last, 4 seasons. He's been awesome in his role. Red Sox down 4-1, top of the 4th. Nobody on, nobody out for Roman, who struck out his first time. The 1-2 is down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Roman's OPS at 772. 2 home runs, 14 driven in for the 21-year-old. Upright stance, left-hand box. Sanchez winds and deals a 2-2. Anthony swings and misses and strikes out. 96 down the heart of the plate. Couple of Ks for Roman. And there's one away in the 4th. 4th inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. Here's Alex Bregman, who grounded to second his first time. Another look at Christopher Sanchez. The lefty kicks and deals. And Bregman swings and he lines one past Turner at short into left center field, a base hit. Kepler from left cuts it off and keeps Bregman to a 1-out single. Smooth stroke from Alex Bregman, aggressive early in the AB. And he's got a single in the 4th inning. Against this guy, Sanchez, who came up with the Phillies in 21. 23 started to assert himself in their rotation, and then last year his full-fledged breakout. Told you he was an all-star. But better swings here for the Sox, and now Romy bats. Lefty to righty first pitch, and Romy swings and misses on that filthy changeup, 0-1. Sanchez up in the Dominican, idolizing Pedro Martinez, and then As the velocity increased for him in pro ball, he really looked toward Aroldis Chapman. 0-1. Romy swings and misses again over the changeup. 0-2. And it was just a couple of years ago that Sanchez really fine-tuned his own changeup back in 2022, and now it's one of the very best changeups in the sport. Sox down 4-1 in the fourth. 0-2 to Romy. He swings and he bounces it foul left of home. Still 0-2.
Well, how cool is it that Alex Bregman and Bryce Harper are just having a laugh over at first base? They matched up, of course, World Series a few years ago. Astros and Phils.
Two of the real stars of this sport. Bregman leads off first. Harper holds him. 0-2 to Romy. He swings and misses and strikes out. Another disappearing changeup south of the knees, and that's the 6th strikeout for Christopher Sanchez. And there's 2 gone for the Sox in the fourth. So Bregman still at first, and it brings up Trevor Story, who struck out himself his first time against Sanchez. Trevor in the 5 spot for the Sox here today against the lefty starter. First pitch on the way, and Story swings and he rolls it on the ground. It's short at Trey Turner, who bobbles the hop, digs it out, throws to second, and gets the force on Alex Bregman on a nice pick by Bryson Stott, the second baseman covering. Good recovery from Trey Turner. Sox get on the board with a Rev Snyder home run, but in the fourth inning in Philly, they trail the Phillies 4-1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break, and best to you.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Red Sox start the night 6 games behind the Blue Jays in the AL East and 2 games behind the Yankees for second. And they trail in this one in Philadelphia 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. 7, 8, 9 for the Phillies in the Herb Chambers batting order against Richard Fitz. Otto Kemp is the rookie third baseman, the right-hand hitter for Philly. And Fitz's first pitch is swung on in line over third. Into left field, a base hit for Otto Kemp. Goes up first pitch swinging, got a slider and pulled it to left. And a leadoff base hit, and his first time aboard in this one. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make this summer a Subaru summer and a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Yankees lead the Blue Jays 3-1 after 2 innings in Toronto. Here's Max Kepler, who homered his first time. First pitch, and the lefty swings and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Will told you Richard Fitz working for the first time since 15 days ago at Fenway against the Rockies. 5 2/3, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, and a long-awaited first major league win. Richard said afterward, "I've been waiting for that for a while." The 0-1. Kepler takes inside. A ball and a strike. Fitz said afterward, "A big accomplishment for me." Said it's a long lifetime even to get to the big leagues, and said, "I'm hoping this is the first of many." Got the scorecard from that outing. Goes with all his memorabilia. The 1-1. Kepler swings and tips it foul right at home plate. 1-2. Fitz has the framed scorecard from his debut and said he's probably going to get the win framed as well, the scorecard of that, and maybe add his jersey to the mix as mementos. 25-year-old from Alabama. But he's given up a couple of home runs in this one after a 2-run first, and the Red Sox trail 4-1 in the fourth. 1-2. Kepler swings and fouls it off on a line over third. That right there, the 110th pitch of this game, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Man at first, nobody out, fourth inning. 1-2. Kepler takes down. 2-2. Kepler's in his first year with the Phillies after 10 years with the Twins. Signed for 1 year, $10 million. But the bat has really dropped off last year and this year for Kepler. Guy who popped 36 home runs 6 years ago. Fitz with a long hold. Now the 2-2. Kepler takes outside. Fastball that missed to the arm side, and it's a full count on Max Kepler. Phillies have right around a top 10 offense in the sport and came into this series a half game ahead of the Mets in the National League East. Still a half game ahead entering play tonight. 57-43 for Dave Dombrowski's team. Alex Cora said he's had some time to catch up with Dave Dombrowski with the Sox here in Philadelphia. Runner goes. Fitz is 3-2. Is swung on and lifted toward left center. Rafaela got a great jump. Refsnyder on the move, and he converges to make the catch. Fires back to first. The throw cut with Kemp retreating in time. And Kepler lines out to left with Refsnyder running it down in the alley for the first out. So nicely done by Rob, and there's one away. And the crowd rejoices as Bryson Stott comes in. And here comes Alex Cora. So you got a lefty here in Stott, Turner, a right-hand hitter, and then Schwarber and Harper. Brendan Bernardino's been up in the pen, and Alex Cora intimated this pregame that the Red Sox would be aggressive with their bullpen usage. And on top of that, Fitz has been touched up for 4 through 3 1/3. He hands the baseball to Alex Cora, and we step out in the bottom of the fourth. Red Sox down 4-1. 1 out, 1 on for the Phillies on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Back at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, where the Red Sox trail 4-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With Will Fleming, Mike Monaco with you, and the Red Sox down by 3 in this bottom of the fourth, and they go to the bullpen for Brendan Bernardino. Oft-used left-hander comes on yet again for the Sox with a man at first and one out for the Phillies in the bottom of the lineup. 43rd outing already for Bernie, and he's got a 3.38 ERA. He's gone 6 outings without giving up a run, and he takes over here for Richard Fitz, who goes 3 1/3, 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. A couple home runs and 64 pitches from Fitz. So some usage for Bernardino. Haven't seen Justin Wilson since the break either, so the Sox stocked up to use the pen, and they go into it here with just 1 out in the 4th inning. Left on left, Bryson Stott. The first pitch is up and in, ball 1. On the left-hand hitting 9-hole second baseman. Former top 15 draft pick, 4th year with the Phillies for Stott. He's not swung it well this year and last year, the 1-0. He swings and he pops this one up. Behind shortstop, Trevor Story ranges out. Rob Refsnyder comes in, and Refsnyder makes a hat-high catch for out number 2. Some nice quick work by Brennan Bernardino. 2 down, Otto Kemp still at first, and back to the top of the Phillies lineup for Trey Turner. Singleton scored in the first and then flew out to right his next time in the second. 11 years, $300 million for Trey Turner. Guy who went from the Nationals to the Dodgers and now to the Phillies. 32 years old now, 3 times an All-Star. First pitch is swung on and bounced right side. Long way to go, and it passed Romy Gonzalez into right center. Otto Kemp stops at second. Roman Anthony got to it quickly in right center. A shift-beating single for Trey Turner. The Phillies have 2 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Turner slapped it right side with Romy Gonzalez up the middle, just to the right of the second base bag, and it got into right center field. So Turner's second hit of the ball game, and now here comes old friend Kyle Schwarber. Crushed his 33rd home run back in the second. He goes left on left. It's Bernardino's first pitch, twists down for ball 1. Alex Cora talked pregame about Kyle Schwarber and said in a very short period of time, Kyle Schwarber had an amazing impact in not just the clubhouse, not just with his performance, but Alex Cora said in the city of Boston as well. And Alex said that Kyle Schwarber is such a perfect fit here in Philadelphia. So this is a perfect place for Schwarber. Can handle everything that comes with a market much like Boston, like Philly. The 1-0 pitch, Schwarber takes down. Alex Cora talked with Dave Dombrowski when Schwarber was signing here a few years ago. And then they've also talked in the last few days about the impact Schwarber's had. Needless to say, the Phillies are very happy with Kyle Schwarber. 2-0. Schwarber swings and bounces it to second. Romy Gonzalez crouches down to a knee. He gloves, and he throws out Schwarber to end the inning. Bernardino strands 2 in the 4th and posts a 0 in relief. We go to the 5th inning in Philly. It's the Phillies 4 and the Red Sox 1 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Join the WEEI Street Team with Harpoon at Cask and Flagon this Friday from 5 to 7 before the game and enjoy a crisp and citrusy IPA Harpoon, the team behind New England's original IPA. This Friday at Cask and Flagon with Harpoon.
21 plus, please drink responsibly.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox trailing 4-1. Another sort of wild and wacky night here in Philly to be Yoshida, Rafaela, and Narvaez against Christopher Sanchez in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers pre-owned cars and trucks. Better swings in the last inning, especially Refsnyder and Bregman. Here now Massa, left on left, pitch. Strike on the outside corner. Red Sox one more here tomorrow, off day Thursday, then they welcome the LA Dodgers to Fenway for a weekend set. Dodgers have actually scuffled a little bit of late. 0-1 to Massa, swing and a miss, change up, nasty. And it's 0-2. The longtime Dodger Rich Hill is on the mound tonight for the Kansas City Royals. His 14th major league team.
45 years old.
Tying Edwin Jackson for the all-time record. We'll be pulling for Dick Mountain. 0-2 to Massa. Pitch is down and in. Changeup. Truly one of the all-time great guys. He's on the all-Joe Castiglione all-time team. Ground ball softly to first base. Harper almost goes down to a knee to glove it. Takes it himself to the bag, and there's one away.
It sent me looking and reminded me of Jamie Moyer, who the last time he pitched in Major League Baseball was 49 years old. It's incredible.
You know, he's one of those classic cases, Moyer. Teams just gave up on him in his mid-30s, thinking he could possibly have more in the tank. Well, almost half a century on the mound. There was an amazing post going around social media earlier today. Here's Cedon. Takes a strike on the inside corner. That Rich Hill was once a teammate with Jamie Moyer. Jamie Moyer once faced Steve Carlton. Then there's a connection to Satchel Paige and a player born in 1881. The 0-1 is skied by Cedon into center field. Brandon Marsh is there to make the play, and very quickly 2 down.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Rich Hill faced Jamie Moyer.
Which is cool when the pitchers used to hit.
Awesome. Yeah. Jamie Moyer faced Steve Carlton.
Yep.
Steve Carlton once pitched in the same game as Warren Spahn, who faced Satchel Paige. Paige was a teammate of Bill Gatewood, who was born in 1881. Credit to Chris Kampka. Does a great job in Chicago.
Spahn, sane, pray for rain. Those Milwaukee Braves. The pitch to Carlos Narvaez is a breaking ball down and in, 1-0. I mean, it's just one of the great connective tissues of baseball. I mean, and you know, Rich is now one of those guys, like the ultimate immaculate grid pitcher. He's been everywhere. 1-0 to Narvaez. 4-1 Phillies. The pitch. Chopper up the middle. Right at the second baseman. Stottie's got it. He throws to first. Inning over. Red Sox got a homer in the fourth. Go very quietly in the fifth. 4-1 Philadelphia. Bottom 5 next in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Every business starts with a dream. Sometimes the dream is simple, like leasing a larger office for your growing team. Sometimes the dreams are bigger, like building a team that can bring home a World Series trophy. Whatever the dream, our advisors can help you find comprehensive insurance to protect your business, employee benefits to take care of your people, and private client insurance and wealth management for when your dream comes true. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, proud partner of the Tampa Bay Rays and business dreamers everywhere.
Honey, I think we have a serious problem we need to discuss.
What is it?
Our household is suffering from low D.
Low D? What is that?
It's when your drains are clogged all the time, and I'm tired of it.
Sounds like it's time to call Drains by James, the experts in drain cleaning, water jetting, camera inspection, or pipelining repair. All available 24/7. Drains by James will get your low D flowing again. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
In our Can Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the bottom of the fifth we go. Brennan Bernardino will remain in the game. You'll see Bryce Harper at the very least. Then it's Nick Castellanos and JT Realmuto. The code word of the game, 10 Story. 1-0, then Story. Enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. This is the fourth batter that Fernie has faced in relief of Richard Fitz. Alex Cora very aggressive with the bullpen here tonight. I don't think a right-hander's yet up for the Red Sox. You would think that with Castellanos and Realmuto looming, you might get somebody going. Pitch to Harper, swing and a miss. Really good curveball. And it is 0-1. Harper is singled. Grounded out. Should have had a steal of home. 0-1. Check swing. Brushed him back. And it's 1-1. Bryce Harper's got some great style in the game. He's got electric blue gloves and shoes on here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch is outside. And, you know, we talked about it last night, how much he has met the expectations that came with him. Not only has he been a great player, but by really all accounts, a great teammate. I mean, really loves the game. Does it the right way. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch. High fly into shallow left field. Drifting foul. Ref Snyder and Bregman go over. It's out of play. Bregman there moving about as well as he has. It seems to me, Mike, as now he kind of trots back to his spot at third. Bregman is just making business decisions, which you can appreciate. Ground balls, he's just not going to go hard.
Yeah, it's like the Bregman rules right now, and they hope that he can be full go and maybe playing every game this weekend against the Dodgers. That's the plan, if not tomorrow. But still, he's picking his spots.
Here's a pitch inside. We got to get into some Monaco rules in a minute. That was a breaking ball that missed. It's 3-2. You got a good haircut today.
Got that. I got 4 scoops of ice cream again from Frankie 2 scoops. By the way, if you haven't seen the hat that he's got, just elite tonight. It is an ice cream themed hat.
He's incredible. 3-2 is just inside. Close pitch, but called a ball. So Harper draws the leadoff walk. And unlike Steve Perrault, Frank can pull off the ice cream hat. It's a good look.
It is rainbow sprinkles atop a ball cap for Frank in there, scooping ice cream in media dining.
He's unbelievable, Frank is.
And then he's got a Phillies P logo, and it has like hot fudge and caramel dripping off the P. It's awesome.
Well, he changes the flavors every day. He loads you and me up. He goes, I'm going to get you fat before you leave here. Here's Nick Castellanos, 4-1 Phils. High. I don't need much help with that lately. Life on the road. That, you know, we've talked about Frank here in Philly a couple times in years past. Just incredible warmth and hospitality. 1-0. High fly foul on the first base side.
Contrasted with, we took an Uber to the ballpark yesterday. We almost perished.
That was not good. We were in a tunnel, and somebody just was not paying attention, swerved way over to the right. Almost ended us. 1-1 to Castellanos. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
And then you've turned me on to the public address announcer here, Dan Baker. 50-plus years doing it.
The United States of America.
Has there ever been better enunciation?
No. Maybe Bob Shepard. Here's the 1-2, and it's chopped foul. And Bob would always say, clear, correct, and concise. And I think Dan Baker sort of lives by those adages.
And he's got a podium down on the field pregame. He's got his own person walking him through the proceedings because he's dialed and he's got to go to work.
He wants to be timed up. He's got all these cues. Shortstop Derek Cheetah. 1-2 to Castellanos. The pitch is a chopper foul. John Miller, the great broadcaster for the San Francisco Giants, does a lot of incredible impressions. He does Vin Scully. He's got Sherm Feller, and he does a great Bob Shepard, the longtime public address announcer for the New York Yankees.
Number 2.
Shortstop. 1-2 to Castellanos. 1 on, none out. Pitch. Foul on the first base side. He was on air when I was with my brother for a couple innings with Lou Merlone, and Lou sort of prompted him to do a couple of these impressions. And Lou told a great story that I had not heard before, and that is the first time Lou ever played at Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard announced him as Louis Maloney. 1-2. He said, "Is Mom here?" Bernardino at the belt throws, and that is strike 3 called on the outside corner. Big first out in the 5th.
I'm good with Lewis. I would have preferred, well, I may be so bold to pay my respects to Bob Shepard, I would have preferred Luigi Merlone, which some family members have called Lou before.
Yep, particularly after the dust-up with Ben Affleck all those years ago.
Yeah.
We love Lou. 1 on, 1 out. Here's JT Real Muto. 4-1 Phils. The pitch misses inside. Sox on EEI brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get deals now, including F-Series, the official truck of the Red Sox. Louis Merlone. 1-0. Lob throw. If you got in trouble as a kid, were you Michael?
Still am Michael, even if I'm doing well in school.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone in the family, it's Michael.
Everybody?
My 96-year-old grandfather sometimes drops in a mic on me, and it feels like I've done something wrong, if that's the case.
1-0 is outside. They throw behind, and Harper is back in there with a head first dive. It's funny, you know, for me, my whole life, my brother to me was and always is David. And then all of a sudden, out of college, he gets into baseball, and all of a sudden, everybody's calling him Dave. It's been so weird for me. That's what we called my father's father, David Laverne Fleming. Dave. But I just won't do it. 2-0 to Real Muto. Pitch is strike on the inside corner.
We get in Ubers, and they say, William?
I got to update that. No one on earth calls me that.
You got to save it.
Other than like some customer service people. William? Yes, I do owe you my credit card payment. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off on the first base side, and it's 2-2. Bernie giving the Red Sox some important outs here after Fitz really wobbled today. 4-1 Philadelphia. Bernie sets. He throws. And a high fly into shallow right center field. Out on it goes Romy. Second baseman makes the play, sort of tumbling backward. And the 2-down. What's your middle name?
My middle name, get this, is Michael. First name is Jay. J-A-Y.
All right.
J. Michael Monaco.
So, like, if your mom was really ticked off at you, was it ever, J. Michael, get over here?
No. But from day one, they had me go by my middle name, Michael, which is endlessly confusing.
I like it, though. You know, I'm sure they honored somebody in the family with your first name, and they wanted you to be Mike. Here's Brandon Marsh, 2 down, bases with 1 man aboard. Pitch misses outside, 1-0.
My dad goes by Jay.
Well, there you go.
But his real name is Gerald with a G, so go figure.
Come on.
We are not the most logical.
Well, that's what, I mean, you know, you can't have 2 J's in the house. The 1-0 is fouled off on the first base side. I mean, you can.
Speaking of Luigi, my dad, no joke, wanted to name me Mario Monaco. Good Italian family. Wanted to name me Mario.
God, that would have been so sweet.
Would that have been better or worse for my career?
I'm gonna win. 1-1 to Brandon Marsh. Here's the pitch, and it's lined foul on the left field side. I think much better.
I think so, too.
You'd been a hero in the North End.
Would never have paid for Penne alla vodka.
You should never have told me that. Like, I'm going to call you Mario all the time.
I'm good with that.
1-2 to Brandon Marsh. 4-1 Phillies in the bottom of the 5th. Bernie throws. And a pitch misses outside. If you had a brother.
I was going to say sidebar. He also wanted to name my sister Mario. That got
Maria, Maria. I thought you were going to say Luigi. 2-2 to Marsh. The pitch is swung on and fouled into the mid. He got him, did Bernardino. Excellent stuff. He's going to win. We go to the 6th inning, 4-1 Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Dana Carvey. I'm David Spade. Fly on the Wall's back for another season, now on audio and video every Monday and Thursday. So many incredible guests will be joining us. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts. Too good to be true.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Hey, it's Joe. Did you hear Shaw's and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most? Like boneless chicken breast, 2-liter Coca-Cola, fresh avocado, snacks, cereal, and much more. All at lower prices. Find new lower price tags aisle after aisle and save on your grocery essentials. Want more value and savings? Shop the new lower prices and deals at Shaw's and Star Market today. See full savings claim details at shaws.com/lower prices or starmarket.com/lower prices. Shaw's and Star Market. Go shopping. Get rewarded.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Hey, want to win free groceries for a year and great prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards? Well, enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. If our home team wins a Grand Slam, hits a Grand Slam, I should say, you could win free groceries for a year. Spend $50, get your code, and enter. Official rules at GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. 6th inning in Philly. Red Sox down 4-1 to the Phillies with 9-1-2 coming in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Vespa Boston. Switch hitting Abraham Toro from the right side against Christopher Sanchez. First pitch, inside ball one. Toro grounded to second his first time against the ground ball maven Christopher Sanchez, who's been really good so far. Just gave up the 2 hits in the 4th inning, and that is it for the Sox through 5. The 1-0 outside. Told you Sanchez chosen not to be an all-star. He was pitching Sunday before the break. Wasn't going to pitch that Tuesday in Atlanta, but as Will told you, the Phillies still honored him with his bonus of $50,000. 2-0. Toro swings and pulls one foul down the third base line. 2-1.
Hey, Mario, I did miss the Shaw's read in the 5th. I need you to pick me up on that one.
I just ripped it off. We did have a slight stumble during it, though. But everyone knows GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. That's the important stuff. William. Base is empty for Toro. Red Sox down 4-1 against Christopher Sanchez. The kick and the 2-1. Swinging a foul, first base side.
My mom just didn't want anybody to call me Bill. I mean, William is my full first name, but she was adamant it was just going to be Will all the time. No offense. I mean, Bill Wanless, one of the great Bills of all time.
We love Bill Wanless. You'd be very different to me if you were Bill.
I think so.
And Billy. 2-2. Toro swings and misses and strikes out. Great changeup from Christopher Sanchez. And there's one away in the 6th inning. Bullpen Report is brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Chris Murphy's up for the Sox.
Just getting me left and right. I missed that one too.
We're paying bills, baby. Let's go. Sox down 4-1, back to the top for Rob Refsnyder, who homered his last time after he grounded to second his first time. 7 Ks for Sanchez. First pitch, Refsnyder swings and misses on a slider down. Well, so we just had Toro, who's at first base tonight. In Atlanta tonight, Rafael Devers is playing first base for the Giants right now at Truist Park. Sanchez winds in the 0-1. Refsnyder takes a strike, 0-2.
I love what Alex Cora said before the game. He was asked about it. He said, I'm not talking about that. They really have turned the page.
He said, I quote, I do not want to talk about the Giants. Rafael Devers made the play receiving a throw at first base in the second tonight. Pitch to Refsnyder's cut on and missed, and he strikes out on a great changeup again from Sanchez. Back-to-back Ks for the Phillies left-hander. 8 total, and there's 2 down in a 6th.
Hold on. Are you announcing that he just caught a baseball at first base?
That is the first play for Rafael Devers in his career at first base. We can report.
There's conflicting opinions on this. I always thought he'd be pretty good over there. I know some people don't believe that.
Here's Roman Anthony, first pitch, cut and a miss on the slider, 0-1.
He's had good hands, you know. The play to his right, like all first basemen, will be a challenge. First baseman's not a word, but you get my point.
Here comes the 0-1. Anthony takes down a ball and a strike. I'm with you. I think he'll be good over there. It'll presumably go through an adjustment period, but I think he moves well enough and can kind of stay stapled in some ways to the bag, and I think that'll help. Here comes the 1-1. Roman swings and misses. Good left-on-left changeup, 1-2.
Are you surprised we haven't heard Crazy Train on the organ yet?
I know. It's a shout-out to the late Ozzy Osbourne. 76 years old, is that right?
Yeah, way too young.
Rest in peace. He used to play that before third downs at Notre Dame football games, so that will permanently be in my head. 1-2. Down, 2-2.
Very few of them converted, I'm sure, while you were there.
Students would get out and jingle their keys to just kind of make it louder. That's
keys?
That's kind of lame, right?
Come on.
Base is empty. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Anthony strikes out, and Christopher Sanchez strikes out the side in order in the top of the 6th inning. Red Sox trail the Phillies 4-1 at Citizens Bank Park on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you have a podcast and want to monetize it stress-free, you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. We'll host your podcast for free, and our experienced sales team brings in the advertisers and the revenue. Easy. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and let us show you the money.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With Mybo, eyes can feel. Mybo, perfluorohexyloctane ophthalmic solution, is used to treat the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. It's the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. So eyes can find relief that's... Remove contact lenses before using Mybo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. For more info, talk to your eye doctor. Call 1-844-MYBO-YEAH or visit mybo.com.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of WEEI and the Boston Red Sox. Well, would you say the express written consent or the expressed written consent, if it were you?
I got express.
I think it could go either way, right?
Yeah.
Did they express it?
Like they expressly stated it?
Yeah. Or was it expressed? I wonder that every time I read it. Bottom of the 6th inning, Red Sox down 4-1. And Chris Murphy hits Otto Kemp with his first pitch of the ballgame after coming on for Brennan Bernardino. Plunks the right-hand hitting Otto Kemp in the 7 spot, and the leadoff man's on for the Phillies, up by 3, and Alex Cora is thinking about it.
Like, you're sort of thinking about whether or not, like, they FedExed it overnight?
Yeah.
The written permission?
Versus expressed. I think it was something that was expressed.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're parsing the copy of our reads here. While Murphy hit Otto Kemp, Alex Cora was wondering if it hit the bat. It didn't. Here's Max Kepler, first pitch outside to left-hand hitting left fielder, ball 1. So Murphy comes on, 7th outing, a 2.79 ERA and 9 2/3, just back in the last few weeks from injury. The 1-0. Kepler takes in the dirt. Narvaez smothers. Runner takes off. Narvi's throw is in time, and the tag applied by Story. Nicely done by Carlos Narvaez on a ball in the dirt. He pounced, and he throws out Otto Kemp for the first out in the bottom of the 6th.
Big time. Really good tag, 2, and pick. They needed that one. By the way, Mike, express, the adjective, definitely stated, not merely implied.
So I could totally go either way. All right, this helps. Base is empty now, 1 out, and Murphy's 2-0. Kepler takes inside, 3-0. Well, this is an important spot here for Chris Murphy. Feels like Red Sox offense was starting to do something in the 4th inning. They've been quiet the last 2 innings, 6 straight set down by Sanchez, but only down by 3-0. It's a fastball in for a strike.
Yeah, it is important for him, especially because he was really good his first few with the Red Sox, but then gave up the homers the other day at Wrigley. Needs a bounce back right here.
That was late in that game on Saturday. 3-1 is a strike with a fastball. 3-2 on Kepler, who homered in the 2nd, then flew out to left in the 4th. Red Sox down 4-1. We'll check in on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make this summer a Subaru summer and a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Chris Murphy's 3-2. Kepler takes outside, ball 4, just off the edge with a glove side heater. Kepler walks, and a man aboard with 1 out for the Phillies in the bottom of the 6th.
I think someone will start throwing for the Red Sox now. You saw Alex be aggressive, taking fits out of the game. I don't think he'll abide by this. A hit batter and a walk. You got to think about it here.
Against the bottom 3rd in Phillies lineup. Now the 9-man Bryson Stott, left on left, first pitch is down and away, ball 1. So Murphy falling behind here.
Yankees got a homer from Jazz Chisholm, another from Cody Bellinger. 4-1, they lead the Jays in the 5th inning.
And the Giants with Rafi Devers at first base, they lead the Braves 4-0 in the 5th in Atlanta. 1-0 to Stott's outside, 2-0, and Murphy has come in and been all kinds of out of the zone here against the bottom 3rd. Guardians up 4-2 on the Orioles in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pirates up 7-3 on the Tigers. Rays up 4-2 on the White Sox. 2-0 to Stott is on the outside part of the plate, called a strike, 2-1. And how about the red-hot Brewers? They're cruising along. They play tonight again in Seattle, 9:40 Eastern time. And Jacob Mizorowski's on the bump for the Brewers. Pitch here is a strike, top of the zone, 2-2 with a fastball from Murphy to Stott.
You and I had breakfast with Brian Anderson, the great voice of the Brewers, and TNT, basketball, French Open. He does it all. And he said he's quite literally never seen anything like Mizorowski.
It's a 2.81 ERA so far for a guy who is tall with a huge wingspan as well. Murphy's 2-2, runner goes, the pitch a ball, Narvaez's throw, a dart, the tag applied, safe at second as Kepler dives in safely with a stolen bag.
Trevor thought he got him. I didn't real time. The Red Sox will check in with Mike Brenly. I'd be surprised if they looked at this.
Alex Cora will not
I mean, with a lefty on the mound, the Red Sox just have not done a good job tonight controlling the running game. That was a huge high leg kick by Murphy.
And it feels like the ones in this game have certainly fallen on the pitchers, in particular Fitz and now Murphy. So a stolen bag puts Kepler in scoring position with one out. 3-2 to Stott. He swings and he skies one foul. Third base seats.
This becomes such a key hitter. I mean, the 9-hole guy left on left. Then you get into the Turner, Schwarber, Harper world. They stay sort of in touch here in this game.
Sox down 4-1, bottom of the 6th inning.
I'm really surprised nobody's up in the pen.
Me too. Just looked out there and it is quiet. Most everyone is seated out there on the bench. Man at second. Murphy's 3-2. Swinging a fly ball off the end of the bat into left field. Ref Snyder creeps in. He makes a hat-high catch for out number 2 as Kepler stays put at second base, and it's back at the top for Trey Turner. Yeah, Mizorowski, just back to him. He was the guy that had Phillies players all upset about guys they perceived to be snubbed on this roster, namely tonight's starter Sanchez and Ranger Suarez, with Mizorowski being named an all-star so soon into his major league career. Here's Trey Turner. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Turner way out in front of a 76-mile-an-hour curveball.
Well, I agree with him. I mean, on the one hand, it is a fan event. And that's fine. Get the young... 5 starts? Come on. I thought that was ridiculous.
Nick Castellanos said turning into the Savannah Bananas. A one's up and away, a ball and a strike.
Hey, he's nothing if not outspoken. Come on, the Savannah Bananas. I mean, I don't know what Mizorowski's dance moves look like.
We got to get a report from Jackie Bradley Jr. The 1-1 is cut on and missed. Another good curveball from Murphy, and it's 1-2 and some big pitches here to Turner.
Well, how about Sean Casey, who played at Fenway and like ripped his entire leg apart?
Oh, what was it? A torn hamstring?
The mayor.
Man at second, 2 outs in this 6th. The 1-2. Turner lays off the curveball this time. 2-2. Red Sox down 4-1, bottom of the 6th inning. Big spot here for Chris Murphy with 2 outs against the top of the lineup. Turner's 2 for 3. 2-2. Turner swings and barely clips it foul right at home plate as he crumples to one knee on another slow curveball from Chris Murphy.
Well, only 70 pitches thrown too by Sanchez.
Sox only have 2 hits off him in 6 innings. Sanchez has punched out 9, including 3 in a row, and he has set down the last 8 that he's faced since the Bregman single. Man at second here for the Phillies in the 6th. 2-2. Turner swings and fouls it off at home plate on yet another curveball from Chris Murphy.
I guess the score is a big part of why the bullpen is still quiet. I mean, look, it's 4-1 Philadelphia. You'd like to get back in this thing, but it makes sense in that regard where you don't want to chase it, burn too many arms when you're down 3.
2-2. Turner swings and bounces it foul down the third base line. Chapman worked yesterday. Wilson's available. Hicks worked yesterday. You got Weissert and Alcala out there as well for Alex Cora, Andrew Bailey and company. Murphy's trying to put away Trey Turner. Has fed him a steady stream of curveballs. Man at second. 2-2 again. Turner swings and misses and strikes out. 94 up the ladder from Chris Murphy for a massive strikeout to end the bottom of the 6th inning and leave a man at second. We go to the 7th at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies 4, Red Sox 1 on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of the Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, changemakers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to the Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, here's Tracy from Lily's of Charleston.
Hi, y'all. We make barbecue sauce, hot sauce, and specialty popcorn.
They get help from Amazon to grow their small business faster.
They handle all our shipping and logistics, which is a big help.
All loaded up. Have a great day, Tracy.
Hot stuff, Tracy.
Ooh, honey.
Shop small business on Amazon.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Hi, this is Alex Bregman. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Back at Citizens Bank Park, 7th inning on the way. Alex Bregman, Romy Gonzalez, and Trevor Story doing the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Pre-Owned Cars and Trucks. With William Fleming, Jim Michael Monaco with you. I've heard from my father, he said, it's still time to change your name.
Why not, Mario? Let's go.
Hi, Dad. Thanks for listening. Sox need some offense. They're down by 3. They have only 2 hits against Sanchez, whose first pitch to Bregman is in for strike 1 with a slider to begin. Alex Bregman 1 for 2 with a ground out to second in the first, and then a pull side single in the 4th inning. Those 2 batters after the Ref Snyder home run. Only Sox hits. 0-1 is swung on and rolled foul, third base side, and promptly 0-2 on Bregman. This guy, Christopher Sanchez, has been awesome 2 years in a row now with the Phillies. Wasn't a huge prospect coming out of the Dominican. Here's his 0-2. Bregman swings and bounces it gently to the mound. Sanchez leaps gloves and he throws out Bregman. And there's one away to begin the top of the 7th. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com.
We said it last night. It was earlier in the game. You got to find a way to push Sanchez. I mean, 73 pitches. You need him out of this game.
He faces Romy in the first pitch. Is away ball 1. And Christopher Sanchez has been better than Zach Wheeler was yesterday. And Wheeler went 6 innings, 2 runs, 10 strikeouts. Sanchez has been better and more efficient. Here's the lefties 1-0. Romy takes outside 2-0. Romy in there against the lefty starter, but Romy's 0 for 2. Couple strikeouts, both times on the filthy changeup from Sanchez. Sanchez winds 2-0. Gonzalez takes a strike on the inside part of the plate. It looked like it was off, and
Awful.
it's 2-1.
Awful. That's not been a strike all night. That's 4 inches inside. He's good enough. He does not need that one.
It's a huge swing. Heart of the order could be 3-0. Instead, 2-1. Romy waits in the right-hand box. The pitch. Romy swings and bounces it at second at Bryson Stott. Outfield grass. He gloves and throws out Gonzalez, and a couple of ground ball outs. And the Red Sox have been set down 10 in a row against Sanchez. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Tonight's 7th inning is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s, 617, and then 7 7s. Now Trevor Story. He's 0 for 2. First pitch. Story swings and rolls it foul down the third base line. Trevor has struck out and rolled 1 to short. Just no answers for Christopher Sanchez, a guy who is, as you said earlier, just devastating against lefties. Sox only have 2 of those in the lineup. They've got 7 right-hand bats tonight, but unable to solve Christopher Sanchez in any way. The pitch count very manageable. The 0-1. Trevor takes down a ball and a strike.
To me, Trevor looks ready to go off again. I think the swing looks super balanced, sort of like he did in that incredible run in the middle part of June.
Trevor had hits in each of his last 2 at-bats yesterday in the opener. 1-1. Story swings and rolls it to short, deep in the hole. Backhand glove, Turner. High throw. Harper did not get down in time, and Story is safe at first. Trey Turner had to get rid of that quickly with Story busting it down the first base line. Had to wait on that high hop, and Trey Turner's throw was high, pulling Bryce Harper off the bag, and would have been close anyway with Harper coming down at first.
I hope Trevor's okay. He really beat it down that line. Kind of walking a little differently back to the first base bag.
Yeah, he went full track and field lunge at first, and the footing looked maybe like it was a little bit awkward crossing the bag. He's on for Massa. First pitch, swinging a roller foul behind home plate. Massa's 0 for 2, ground out to second and a ground out to first from the 6th spot in the lineup. Again, Yoshida in there as the DH against the lefty starter. No Jarren Duran, no Wilyer Abreu. We're the odd men out against the lefty starter. 2 outs in this 7th, the 0-1. Yoshida swings and bounces it to short at Turner. Crouches low, he gloves, he sidearms to first to get Yoshida, and the inning's over. Not much doing for the Red Sox through 7 against Christopher Sanchez. We hit the stretch in Philly. Phillies 4, Red Sox 1 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything we spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Shaws and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most, like boneless chicken breast, 2-liter Coca-Cola, avocados, snacks, and much more. Find new lower price tags aisle after aisle. Full details at shaws.com/lower prices and starmarket.com/lower prices. To the bottom of the 7th at Citizens Bank Park, where the Red Sox trail the Phillies 4-1. And Chris Murphy's still in there to go through the big left-handed bats. Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper before Nick Castellanos. First pitch to Harper is high, ball 1. Schwarber should say, who homered in the 2nd and is 1 for 3 with a strikeout and a ground out to second. 33 home runs now for Kyle Schwarber. The 1-0. Swinging a ground ball right side. Toro to his right. Gloves. He flips to the covering Murphy. And an easy out number 1 for Murphy on Schwarber to begin the bottom of the 7th. Time for the results of our poll from the New England Chevy dealers. Question of the day at Sox Booth on Twitter. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. Find exciting offers, too, on powerful Silverado and feature-packed all-new Equinox. What position do you want most at the deadline? Starting pitcher, 67% of the votes. Here's Bryce Harper, first pitch outside, ball 1.
Good job by Joseph Braverman. Son missed that. I wonder if his dad wanted to name him Wario.
Middle name Michael, so it's possible for old Joey B. 22%, by the way, they want a first baseman. 1-0. Harper swings and misses. Good curveball.
Bowser Braverman.
That'd be really good. Waluigi. Red Sox down to 4-1, bottom 7. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good fastball from Murphy. Challenges Harper, and it's 1-2.
How satisfying was it if you played Mario Kart to throw those shells at people and knock them off?
Green ones, the red ones, it doesn't matter. Dropping bananas was kind of a disappointment. The 1-2. That's down. 2-2 on Bryce Harper.
You spin around for a little bit.
You get the star and you power up and you're invincible. You're just hauling on Rainbow Road. Base is empty, 1 out. Chris Murphy's 2-2. Harper swings and misses and strikes out. Hanging curveball, but it got Harper anyway. Second strikeout for Murphy, and there's 2 down with the bases empty.
I bet you did a bunch of it in college. For me, GoldenEye was the game when I was in college. The James Bond, awesome N64 game. I love that.
The Bond games were great.
Oh.
People nowadays talk about, Fortnite and Call of Duty?
Yeah.
The Bond games were where it's at.
They were.
Here's Nick Castellanos. First pitch up high, ball 1.
Very good with the sniper.
By the way, where are you at on the poll question? Starter for you too?
100%. Yep. And it's not particularly close.
Murphy's 1-0. Down and in.
As I said, I think a Nate Eovaldi reunion would be awesome. I know that the Red Sox are really eager to try not just to get a starter, but a guy who can really impact things. Slot right behind Garrett Crochet in the rotation.
2-0 pitch. Castellanos bounces it foul, third base line.
Problem is, in today's game, that's the most expensive thing. And I was just talking to Dave Dombrowski before the game. He confirmed what everybody with the Sox and everybody in baseball says, which is, well, I mean, of course you want that, but it's just, it costs you so very much to get it.
It certainly feels like a seller's market. 2-1. Inside, 3-1 on Castellanos.
But you hear about Red Sox scouts looking at Gallen and Kelly and Cabrera with the Marlins. I know they've really always kind of been interested in Keller with the Pirates.
On July 22nd, 3-1. Castellanos swings and pops it foul over the first base dugout and out of play.
I'm really interested to watch the next few days because it's true that deadlines make deals. And yet, I think there's a possibility to maybe sort of set the market, strike first, get the guy you want most.
It feels like we have seen aggressiveness from Craig Breslow in these couple of seasons. 3-2. Castellanos swings and rolls it fair down the line at third. Bregman glove, shuffles the feet, throws out Castellanos, and the inning's over. Nice job by Chris Murphy. 1-2-3 in the 7th. Bats got to get going as we go to the 8th. The Red Sox trail the Phillies 4-1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard?
Thanks, now.
Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27, 2025.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination.
Burgers deserve Pepsi.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
At the age of 76, Cedar Rafaela. Love to get it going here. Red Sox have seen a masterclass from Christopher Sanchez. Cedar is grounded to short and fly to center. Bill Fleming, Mike Monaco at Citizens Bank Park. Left on right. Otto Kemp sort of level with the bag at third as Cedar grounds one up the middle and through, but backhanded by the second baseman Stott. He throws to first, not in time. That was amazing range by Bryson Stott, but Cedar too quick down the line, and the Red Sox get a little something going, a leadoff hit in the eighth.
That is really well done to begin. There just hasn't been much to come by. It's 4 hits. It's 2 infield singles against Sanchez, and I'm with you. Stott reached out toward the outfield to get his glove on that. That was a really good effort.
And how badly could Carlos Narvaez use a good swing right here? He's 0 for 2 tonight in an offensive. Take one for the team. He might just have the polo on. We'll have to take another look. 0-1. He is standing, which is good. The pitch is a strike. That's what he did the other day before Abreu hit the homer. Now Mike's standing. I like it. Mario to his feet.
There are certain announcers, we know some in the National League, who do stand when they're doing play-by-play.
Indeed, 0-2. Throw to first. Impossible for me to really do that unless I sort of disconnect the stick, Mike.
Yeah, you've got the real elite setup.
I don't know that it's elite, but it works for me. 0-2 to Carlos with Abraham Toro out on deck. Pitch is low. Change up. And it's 1-2. They just packed this place. 43,409 attendance report. Brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving crunch, get fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders. Crispy chicken sandwich, spiced just right. 1-2. Cedar at first. And Carlos calls time. You know, he's feeling it right now. I mean, he's been such a big part of everything for the Red Sox. But consecutive nights with catcher's interference called on you, scuffling at the plate. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Narvaez swings and grounds one to third. Probably going to be a double play. The second for one. Over to first. Not in time. He just beat it out. Not the best turn there, particularly by Kemp. He was not all that urgent getting it to second base. I thought for sure Narvaez beat it down the first base slide. Rob Thompson is going to check in with their video room. I don't think they'll look. They will not. That's disappointing again for Carlos. Yes, Christopher Sanchez has been fabulous. I mean, the Red Sox would really like to get Sanchez out of the game for a lot of reasons, not least of which you got real weapons available from the left side off the bench.
And yet he's only at 87 pitches.
Yeah, he's been awesome. Here's Toro from the right side. He takes outside a ball. Historically, Sanchez has not been as good after the All-Star break as he was opening part of the season. But he's just been brilliant tonight. Just a run on 4 hits for the Red Sox. 1-0. Toro chops one on the right side, and that is backhanded by Harper. Flips underhand. Race to the bag. Won by Sanchez. And they're 2 down. Off the bat, that looked like it was going to get through. I mean, Harper did very well, holding Narvaez at first to range to his right. Carlos might have hurt himself going into second.
He grabbed his left knee going towards second base. But to backtrack first, that is a great play by Bryce Harper. Ranging far off the bag, it had to be him. Middle infield was played up the middle, and a very close play. Sanchez did win the foot race, on Abraham Toro. And then, Carlos going into second. Once he got to the bag, he was hunched over, grabbing at his left knee.
Not good news for the Red Sox at all. Here is Rob Refsnyder, who jolted the Red Sox with a solo homer in the fourth. They trailed by 3 here in the eighth. You just love any way to get Narvaez home here. He's at second with 2 down. One of the great pitching performances all year against the Red Sox by this lefty. Refsnyder waits. Pitch is outside. Fastball. 95 miles an hour. And it is 1-0. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Orion Kerkering, the right-hander, is up in their bullpen. Presumably, I think, for Bregman. The 1-0 is down and in. I mean, you got Roman Anthony on deck. Greg Weissert throws for the Red Sox. This is full-on turn and burn for Rob Refsnyder. 2-0. Narvaez at second. Sanchez is ready. He throws. Refsnyder takes a ball inside. I mean, the counter to that, Rob, by the way, 100% has the green light right here, 3-0. But if he gets on base, you get the tying run to the plate in Roman Anthony. And it is a tough left-on-left matchup. 3-0. Narvaez leads at second. The pitch is a strike right in the middle of the plate. That tells me that he was not in swing mode at all. That was a sinker right in the heart of the plate. 93 pitches thrown. 4-1 Phillies. 3-1. The pitch is inside corner. Called a strike. That missed. Refsnyder cannot believe it.
He's frustrated. I mean, that pitch, it certainly appears to be in. Not to mention, it's a changeup that kind of cuts in, too.
So now 3-2. 4-1 Phillies. Refsnyder waits. Sanchez throws. Rob swings and fouls it off. That was another good changeup. Bottom of the zone. Refsnyder did very well, I think, to get a piece of that and stay alive. Full count to Rob Refsnyder. 2 down, a runner at second. Here's the pitch. Rob swings and misses. He's gone. Great changeup. Sanchez is fired up on the mound. Slamming his hands together, walking off to the first base side. Getting over. Frustration tonight for the Sox. 4-1 Phillies, bottom 8 next. Shaw's in Star Market, WEI Red Sox.
Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on 727, you heard?
Thanks, now.
Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now.
Get 1 free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27, 2025.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Across the country, everyday Americans are standing up to expand freedom and opportunity, not just for themselves, but for their neighbors and communities. They're small business owners, parents, farmers, and local leaders, people who are pushing back against government overreach and showing what's possible when liberty is protected and individuals get involved. I'm David Fromm, host of the American Potential podcast, where we bring these stories to life. We don't just talk about policy solutions. Each week, we share the impact of how these solutions benefit everyday Americans. Because
Behind every issue is an individual, a family, or a community that's been impacted, reminding us that policy becomes personal. So whether you're passionate about keeping more of your hard-earned money, expanding school choice, or cutting red tape, you'll hear from the people making a difference as they share their stories. Listen now to American Potential on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Greg Weissert is on here for the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Real Muto, Marsh, and Kemp. Right, left, and right in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Sprinter Vans of Somerville and Peabody. Weissert could really use a good one. He just feels overworked and in need of a course correction after being one of the great relievers in the sport over a span of 4 months. The pitch to Real Muto is a little bit low with his sinker. And that is ball one. Real Muto 0 for 3 today with a couple strikeouts. Sanchez might be done. Kerkering continues to throw in the pen. The 1-0 fouled off. I mean, if that's the case, the Red Sox in the 9th inning have Anthony to lead off, then Bregman and Romy. And I think very good chance you'd see Willier at some point in the 9th inning. Trailing by 3, though. Weisert's got to keep it right there. 1-1. Pitch. Foul on the first base side. Out of play, we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaw's Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Mario Monaco in Philly. The Red Sox trail 4-1. 1-2 to Real Muto. They play him to pull on the infield. The pitch. High pop foul, first base side. They got this really cool feature in right center field here. The Liberty Bell is illuminated with stars and blue, red, white, and blue lights. You ever actually seen the Liberty Bell?
I've walked about as close as you can to it. My first trip here to Philly years ago.
Yeah, tomorrow you're going to go for a run and do the Rocky on top of the stairs.
And then crush a cheesesteak.
Oh, we are doing that. 1 and 2.
That's on the docket.
It's a Real Muto, the pitch. Swing and a foul off the end of that. Pat Canine, our great engineer here, sent me, we heard about De Los Sandros, and everybody knows about Pat's, gyms, but he says that the best place in town is new-ish. It's called Angelo's. We might have to do it.
I'm in for new.
Yeah. It's a pizzeria in South Philly that apparently just has spectacular cheesesteaks. Cash only,
which
so you're paying.
That gives you a level of credibility right away. If you're a sandwich shop and you're cash only, it's pretty hard to be bad.
I mean, I just have to say, I get it. People have their own preferences. They offer a chicken cheesesteak there. Come on.
No.
Not doing that. 1 and 2. Real Muto waits the pitch. Grounded on the left side, backhanded by Trevor. He'll leap and throw to first in time, and there's one away. He's had a brilliant year defensively. Is it fair to say that was thrown wit a little extra?
Ooh, I like it. You almost forget how frustrating the defensive play was at shortstop when Story got hurt last year and during those months when he was out, because he has come back and just solidified things in such a great way, and he's been really impressive the last few weeks on plays like that in the hole.
Here now, Brandon Marsh, who looks like he could handle a cheesesteak or two. He loops one into shallow center field. Cedon is in to make the play, and they're 2 down.
How would you evaluate the cheesesteak you had today, 1 to 10?
Excellent. I mean, by any regular standard, like a 9.
Wow.
But I'm very interested to sort of stack it up against other greats in Philly. They have a buffalo chicken cheesesteak at this place, Angelo's. I will not be doing that, but that is something, like if I lived here, I'd be maybe tempted.
A little variety.
Yeah. Here's Otto Kemp, 2 down, bases empty. 4-1 Phillies. A pitch misses outside. And according to Pat, the only real way to do it, overall and especially at Angelo's, is with Cooper Sharp cheddar cheese.
Oh.
Which I absolutely will be doing. And I might even turn 14 while we're there. The pitch misses down and in, and it's 2-0. I don't always get the onions on them. I'm just into the meat, cheese, and I do like mustard on it, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a demerit.
2-0. Fouled off. Pat just yelped from behind us. I do. What do you want?
I don't need onions. I don't need mushrooms. I don't need peppers. Steak, cheese. Let's go.
That's simple.
Totally. Extra cheese, honestly.
I also have one called Diavolo Pizza Steak at Angelo's. That intrigues me. 2-1 down and in. Maybe I'll just get one of each. Like have one for lunch, bring a couple to the ballpark. We'll take Pat's order and bring him one.
Yeah.
Frank can probably hook us up with a microwave in the back somewhere.
We do nothing if not find toasters in ballparks around the league.
That was incredible at Wrigley. 3-1 pitch is rip foul. We did it in Toronto, too.
We did it in Tampa last year. We had like chicken parm somewhere in the closets.
Right? We went down the hall, found like the back service kitchen, and they put it like in a heating drawer.
Perpetually hungry, us too.
From Mazzaro's Deli in Tampa. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Otto Kemp. 2 down, bases empty. The pitch. Foul, first base side. You got to be industrious. But I'm serious. Maybe I'll just get like the cheesesteak for dinner. Try the pizza one for lunch. Really a healthy day.
That'd be strong.
What do you think that is? 5,000 calories?
Can't be more than the pizza we had in Chicago.
No. 3-2. Ground ball up the middle, right at the second baseman. Gonzalez, he's got it. He throws to first in time. And the inning is over. The Red Sox have Roman Anthony, Alex Bregman, and Romy Gonzalez due up when we go to the 9th inning. 4-1 Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
T.O.D.D. what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoot. I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo. Happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27th, 2025.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hi, this is Roman Anthony. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Well, Roman Anthony is going to lead it off against Christopher Sanchez. It's really cool to see a starting pitcher take the mound in the 9th inning. And, you know, sort of similar to Fenway, when he came out of the dugout, fans went crazy. It's good for the game when these dudes can go deep in games. Roman was just talking to Bregman in the on-deck area. By the way, stay tuned for the Nissan post-game show. If you deserve a car that thrills you, Nissan's got an exciting full line. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. NissanUSA.com today.
Fans had given him a standing ovation when he came off after the 8th. I think part of that was the cheers here. Surprised to see him in the 9th.
It's awesome. He's thrown 96 pitches. Roman takes a strike. He's got the hat trick working. 3 strikeouts and 3 at-bats. This is just one of those nights. Sometimes the other guy is too good. Red Sox trying to flip the script here in the 9th inning. 4-1 Phillies. 0-1 to Roman is inside. I mean, you'd love him to walk here. That would be an enormous victory.
Yeah, 4 strikeouts yesterday for Anthony. And how about Sanchez, by the way? At least 7 innings in 7 of his last 8 starts.
Amazing. 1-1 to Anthony. Pitch inside. It almost hit him. I mean, this guy is one of the unheralded great starting pitchers in the sport.
I'm so impressed watching Christopher Sanchez in person. I mean, you load up a lineup with righties. The changeup is devastating.
2-1 pitch is a strike on the inside corner borderline. I think it clipped the inside black. And it's 2-2. You understand the take there for Roman. Trying to get himself into an even better count. Now you worry about that changeup left on left. 2-2. Sanchez winds, he throws, and Roman takes strike 3. Right there. That's center cut. He's just guessing, and he guessed wrong. It's the old golden sombrero for Anthony. 4 strikeouts. 1 down in the ninth for Alex Bregman.
You've had Orion Kerkering up north of 100 pitches now for Sanchez, but can taste the finish line. A guy who's never gone more than 105 pitches this year.
So now fourth look for Bregman and the righties. The pitch to Alex is a strike, change up, and it's 0-1. He's been better than Wheeler by a lot tonight, Sanchez has. So it makes the way last night's game ended so frustrating. 0-1. Pitch is ripped to third but caught on a fly by Kemp. And the Red Sox are down to their last out. And now the fans stand to salute this left-hander, Christopher Sanchez.
He had 2 complete games last year, looking for his first this year.
Romy Gonzalez trying to keep the game going. 4-1 Phillies in the ninth. Pitch. Strike. Bottom of the zone. 97, sure. On your 104th pitch, 97 dotted at the bottom of the zone. 0-1. Pitch to Romy. Swing and a miss. Change up. Listen to these fans. Oh, and 2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. An absolute masterclass from Christopher Sanchez. A complete game. The Phillies have won this series. They take game 2 over the Red Sox 4-1. And the Sox looking to salvage the finale here in the city of brotherly love. That was just awesome stuff on the mound from the Phillies. Nissan postgame show next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
T.O.D.D. what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo. Happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get 1 free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
Make money from your podcast with the Odyssey Creator Lab. You create the show, we bring the advertisers. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Well, look at you and the things you're doing to try to get an invite over to your neighbor's pool. You're mowing their lawn, you're power washing their house. How about telling your neighbors, like yourself, you may have money coming to you don't even know about from findmassmoney.gov. I could see you sitting poolside, telling them they may have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll check. Enter your name or your neighbor with the pool's name at findmassmoney.gov. Findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, it doesn't have a pool, but it's free.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Red Sox fall in Philadelphia 4-1, and they have now lost 4 of their 5 games on this road trip into Chicago and Philadelphia. Will Fleming and Mike Monaco, you knew it was a tall order coming to these two cities, these two ballparks. I think, Mike, look, Sanchez was unbelievable tonight. It's just one of those evenings where not a lot you can do. Just a weird start again. Another catcher's interference, couple home runs allowed by Richard Fitz. These nights are going to happen when a starter is excellent. It just sort of snowballs because of what happened last night. You have a really good approach against Wheeler, one of the great pitchers in the game. You lose it on that bizarre play in extra innings after not scoring yourself in the top of the 10th inning. And just as in Chicago, the Red Sox find themselves in a spot where it feels pretty important for them to find a way to salvage the last one here tomorrow.
They've got to tomorrow. And, yeah, they're going to send Lucas Giolito to the mound, and that helps. Jesus Luzardo for Philly has not been as good as Wheeler and Sanchez. I mean, let's call it what it is. It was 2 all-star pitchers the first 2 games of this series, and the Red Sox in total in these 2 games punch out 28 times. They've scored 3 runs here in 2 games across 19 innings. They had 1 run combined the first 2 games in Chicago, so excluding Sunday since the All-Star break, 4 runs in 4 games, and even factoring in the 6 runs on Sunday, 10 runs in 5 games. I mean, the 10-game winning streak was excellent. The offense was really good. It had cut down on strikeouts. It had more of a line drive approach during that time, but facing some of the best teams in all of baseball and some really good pitchers, it has been quiet since the break.
It has. I hope people don't fall prey to, the easy narrative that the 10-game hitting streak, rather winning streak, was in the rearview mirror, and these great teams are just outclassing the Red Sox. Because watching all these games, I don't think it's been that way. Again, what's amazing is, like, Imanaga was his own thing at Wrigley.